Recording in progress. and we'll begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for August 5th, 2025. First item of business is I move that the Select Board go into executive session for the purpose of approving executive session minutes and discussing strategy related to a litigation matter. The litigation matter must be discussed in executive session because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of the town, and the chair so declares an executive session, therefore, to be necessary. So I want to mention that we took the real property matter related to 16 William Street off of our executive session agenda because there are no further issues that require strategy discussions by the Select Board. We'll have a full discussion of issues from residents aired when the matter comes up on our regular schedule, our regular calendar. So I move, I've already moved that we go into executive session. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Who's first? John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. The Select Board will reconvene in open session following the executive session. Thank you.
Back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for August 5, 2025. Let's start off with announcements and updates. I'd like to mention that myself, David Perlman, and Michael Rubenstein spent the late afternoon at the National Night Out event, which is a police community relations event held across the country to get engagement between communities and the police. I mean, it's a two-way street. Both community understanding and appreciating the work of law enforcement, but also equally important, law enforcement recognizing the role that the community plays in crime prevention and safety. You can't have a safe community without the community itself being an active participant. And in Brookline, our community policing model recognizes that. And with some, exceptions, has been very successful. Unfortunately, a few years ago, we ended some of our community programming, the school resource officer program and the walk and talk program in public housing. But despite that, we still maintain a community policing model that works with community members, particularly youth, in ways that help to keep our crime rate really low and to the benefit of all of our residents. So that was a very enjoyable evening. Met a lot of people and something to do before our select board meeting. So any other updates or comments? John?
A quick one, but I think worthwhile to draw attention to this. It takes a lot to sort of get me off, let's say, off my duff on a summer's evening and go out to a program that is for our education and educational benefit. But there's one coming up that I think a lot of people will want to attend. We owe a debt to the Indigenous Peoples Celebration Committee for putting this together. It's going to be August 19th at 6 p.m. At the Brookline Village Library, right here next to Town Hall. August 19th, 6 p.m. And it's titled Trump, Andrew Jackson, and Tribal Sovereignty. So there's something in there for everybody. The presenters are Kaylee Bennett, and Paul McLean, both of whom are from our Brookline Indigenous Peoples Celebration Committee. Kaylee is also of the Cherokee Nation, a citizen of the Cherokee Nation. And it's going to be conducted as a conversation. And I think the public will learn a lot from this and should come, prepared with some questions for these two very interesting speakers on a great topic, Trump, Andrew Jackson, and tribal sovereignty. It's called a community conversation, August 19th at 6 p.m.
Great, thank you. It
Sure.
is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
You know anything about Andrew Jackson?
Well, you'll learn a lot if you don't.
Right. Any rate, okay, any other updates or comments? Okay, let's move on to, next on my agenda is introduction of town's new poet laureate, Allison Adair. Are you Allison Adair?
Allison's online.
She's
Allison,
online, okay.
yes, I've promoted you. You should be able to start your video.
Introduce yourself to us as our new poet laureate and your plans. And
Hi,
maybe a
everyone.
poem or
Thank you.
two.
Thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you so much to the select board. Thank you, first of all, to Tiffany for organizing everything and helping me get on to the Zoom tonight. Thank you to the select board and also to the Brookline Commission for the Arts for, first of all, having the Poet Laureate program, which writers feel and agree is very important to stay rooted with the arts in town. And so thank you on behalf of artists in Brookline. I am very excited about this post. I am happy to receive the mantle from Jenny Barber, whom I know from the poetry world and who I know has done a great job as Poet Laureate in the past few years. And I think maybe some people in the room have read a bit about my plans for projects in town. I've been already working with some schools over the last few years to proceed with poetry on the spot, typewriter poetry projects, and helping them develop their own art skills and writing skills. So I look forward to doing that, as well as making sure that the arts and poetry remain a big part of Brookline's identity. I myself have been living in Brookline proper for 15 years, maybe 16 years, I think, at this point. And I taught for 10 years first at BU, and now I've been at Boston College for, I think, 13 years now. And so I've been in the area for a long time, very invested in the arts and writing, obviously.
Okay. Do you have a poem you'd like to read?
Sure. I did hear at the
I thought that was would be part of the.
Yes, it is part. It is part. I did hear the discussion at a previous meeting about the delight that people took in finding out that at a recent event, someone read a poem and it kind of went viral. And I too am often heartened by people being surprised that poems can move people. So I have just one poem I'll share, and it's called "If I Can't Write This as a Love Poem, a Litany." And it is. I chose it because it is about trying to cultivate the energy of youth and trying to remember that fire that we once all had in us to kind of do good and to seek out the best in the world. So this is, if I can't write this as a love poem, a litany. Let us praise the parched throats of the young, the oceans of water they swear they'll drink. Let us praise chance swish of ponytail and subway car, the way knees bend to absorb its slow shuttle shift. For the improbability of kissing another's mouth into thirst unrelenting, let us sing. All the new prayers chant gratitude, gratitude, as if wanting, as if longing could be anything other than ecstatic. Let us remember in middle age this tiny fire of yearning. Let us tend the altar we once built to smokeless burning, to what felt like need. Recall, even saints kneel at the sight of a flame-swollen heart. What else raptures Saint Teresa, caught in her marble sigh, enough to let her head fall back toward the sky, eyelids shut tight? Not heaven, never light. This is a secret smolder. Let us shoulder its bellows, be its air.
Thank you. That's very relevant to many of us who are well past our youth and should remember back to how we thought and felt in those days and maybe inform our current thinking in some ways. Thank you, Allison.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other thoughts on our poetry reading this morning?
If I may, yeah. Allison, thank you so much. And looking forward to your reign as our poet laureate. That's a great title to be conferring on a person, and you've already, if you had shared nothing but that one poem, I would feel like your appointment was already more than justified, and it proved the wisdom of the choice. But I also want to just add, for people who might not be aware, Brookline does have a significant place in American poetry, if for no other reason, and there are other reasons, but if for no other reason, then we are the birthplace of Amy Lowell. And I don't know whether that's going to be a topic that sort of enters into your time as our poet laureate, but I think the occasional reminder of poets past who have called Brookline their home, or who have had a different kind of a connection to Brookline, would be very welcome by me, and I think by a lot of people who, Brookline is a place of constant sort of discovery, and it always feels good to discover yet another aspect of Brookline that is well worth knowing about and well worth celebrating. So that's just a wish that I'll express now that we've met you, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you, John. I think that's a very good point.
Thank you. If I could just add, in my work with Grub Street that goes back to 2002, since I've lived here in Boston, I was one of the people who initiated the Literary Boston tour with Grub Street to highlight Boston's literary history. And that's something I would love to do in Brookline as well, not just with explicit career poets, but also the writers and poets who have intersected with various politicians and so on and so forth. So I think you're really right about the lineage and the history in the town and how exciting it is to remind people of that and get people excited about revisiting it. So thank you so much for that.
And thank you.
And make sure that you send your poem to Tiffany so we can make sure it's included in our minutes, because I think more people should have the opportunity to read it. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Where are we? Okay, before we begin, any other comments from the select board? Okay. Before we begin public comment, I understand that there will be a number of people who want to speak on 16 William Street tonight. And I will set aside 20 minutes when that item comes up on the agenda for comments. And like public comment, if there are people who are not able to speak during the 20-minute period, the select board will stay around for their comments after the meeting. So, okay, next, miscellaneous items. Question of approving the minutes from July 29, 2025. Any
Excuse me,
correct? Yes.
sorry. Are we taking public comment on other topics? not
Oh, I'm
related?
sorry. Yeah,
Good one.
excuse me.
Good.
Never mind.
Good catch.
Okay. At least someone's awake here. Okay, so that was actually an introduction to the public comment section of our agenda. Tiffany, could you read the broader rules?
Yes, thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there is an opportunity at the conclusion of the select board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. The on-screen timer will flash orange when you have 30 seconds remaining and red when your time is nearly up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Any person speaking tonight should begin their comments by identifying themselves with their full name and either their Brookline precinct number or street address. There were no individuals who signed up for public comment in advance unrelated to 16 Williams. Are there any individuals online who wish to speak during public comment at this time? If so, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature, or if in the room, please make your presence known. Okay, we have 21 individuals online, 15 in the room, and no one is indicating their desire to speak during public comment.
Okay, thank you. So now, meeting minutes from July 29, 2025. Any corrections or edits to those minutes? Okay, seeing none, I move approval of the minutes for July 29, 2025. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, I'd like to take item 6B. It's 6, right?
7.
7, okay. We changed the numbering here. 7B through 7E in omnibus fashion, unless a select board member would like to pull one of those items out for more detailed discussion. Seeing none, I move approval of items 7B to 7E. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren. Paul Warren.
He's giving a
That's
thumbs up.
aye. Okay. David Froman,
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Okay, next, our regular calendar. We have 2 noise bylaw waivers. These are public hearings. Question of approving a noise bylaw waiver from National Grid for work to be completed overnight from August 11, 2025 to November 30th, 2025 at the intersection of Boylston and Fisher Avenue. And secondly, question of approving a noise bylaw waiver from the Director of Capital Construction, Lap Yan, for East Coast Masonry and Repair to conduct work as needed, depending on weather, for the demolition of concrete and repaving of sidewalks at Brookline High School during various Saturdays as early as 7 a.m., August 8, August 16, and August 23rd. Do we have someone to discuss that in greater detail?
Yes, so for the first item, is Mary Maloney in the room? Could you approach the podium? And then we also have Sam Downs with DPW online.
So introduce yourself and tell us about this project that needs a noise bylaw waiver.
Good evening. My name is Mary Mulroney. I'm here on behalf of National.
Sorry, could you move the mic to yourself? Thank you.
I didn't want to blow you. I talk loud anyway. My name is Mary Mulroney. I'm here on behalf of National Grid, and we are looking for a noise variance to be passed here this evening. We have a state permit already issued from MassDOT. The location is Boylston Street and at Fisher, and we're putting in a regulator station there. So for traffic and for safety, they will only issue the permit for the evening. And it's been discussed with the Brookline Public Works Commissioner, and I believe it's being supported by him as well. So
Sure, it was. Okay. Are you currently working at that location? I mean, something's going on up there.
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
There are leaks that are on Route 9, and we're actively fixing them and finding them. But when this is replaced and repaired, it might play into the actual leaks that are in that section of Route 9.
Any other questions?
Just for clarification, this is strictly a vote on waiver from the noise bylaw,
Yes.
right? Has nothing to do with, granting the permission to do the work,
Yeah.
which is, under state control, right? Yeah.
Correct, that's
okay.
my understanding.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Michael?
And since you mentioned the leaks, I just wanted to ask, are those leaks that have been reported to the town in any capacity as the town tracks gas leaks across Brookline?
We wouldn't report our gas leaks to the town of Brookline, and we don't report them to any town. There's a website you can go on and look at where gas leaks are, but no, they're put in our system. We're mandated by the state, and we grade them and we respond to them accordingly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
By the way, maybe Chaz can answer this. I thought we did have a requirement of some type of notification of gas leaks.
Oh, if we're going to work them, we do.
Okay.
Yes.
Chaz, were you about to say something?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Okay. So you do notify us of when you're working the gas leaks?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. We have to get police details and so forth. We notify Town of Brookline Engineering, Public Works. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. Guess I move approval of,
That's public hearing.
oh, I'm sorry. Yes. This is a public hearing and it's open to the public for comment.
All right, now that the chair has opened the public hearing, if there's anyone that wishes to speak on the noise bylaw waiver request from National Grid, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature if online, or make your presence known in the room. Okay, we have 22 participants online, 15 in the room, and no one is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, then I'll close the public hearing and move for approval of the noise bylaw waiver for National Grid for work on Boylston Street and Fisher Avenue. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, everyone, and have a good evening.
Mhm.
Next, noise bylaw for work at the high school. Is Lapian on?
Online, yes.
online?
I am on, for some reason, my camera is not, hold on. Oh, there we go. Can you see me now?
Yep.
Yes.
So, thank you very much for considering this noise waiver. About a month ago, I requested noise waivers for Saturdays for this work at the high school, which you granted me. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we need additional Saturdays to ensure that we finish the work on time so that school opens. So far, we have not had any complaints. No one is really. I've instructed the workers to do as much quiet work before 9 o'clock as possible. So, with that said, I do have a slight presentation if the board is interested in the progress of the work. If not, I'm free to answer any questions. But basically, this is a request for a noise waiver for Saturdays so that we have the Saturdays in hand if we need to work on Saturdays.
You have a short presentation?
I do have a short presentation if you're
Why don't you
interested
run
in the
it?
progress of the work.
Are you going to pull it up, Lap?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear they wanted to see it or not.
Yes, they do. Thank you.
Okay.
At least I do. Maybe other select
No,
board members don't.
I definitely do.
All right.
Yeah, this is
Can
an
you see
important
my
project,
screen
I think.
now? Hold on a second. Can you see the screen now?
It's pulling up. It's up.
All right, good. So I really didn't go into too much detail last time when I presented to the board for the noise waiver. I've gone a little bit more into detail on what the actual work is. The work is done on two levels. One, this is the plaza level. If you Greenall Street is this area over here. These are the two big gates that lead into the what we call the tunnel area, and this is the courtyard over here. The work consisted of demolishing all this concrete sidewalk, taking out the stairs, putting flashing and waterproofing everything in here, pitching this concrete so that the water drains away from here. We found that this was the area where we had the most water infiltration, and this is where we had the most damage to the downstairs in basement level. So these are just a couple pictures. These are taken at the beginning of the project when we busted up the concrete. You can see the black stuff here. That's basically the hazardous material. It's basically an asbestos mastic, which at that point they thought was waterproofing, but really has not served us well. This area has been cleaned up a lot. You can see after we got rid of the asbestos material, and we're preparing it to get waterproof now. So. These are recent pictures showing, this is not so recent. We took down the stairs. If you remember last time I showed you there was some asbestos containing material on these pipes going down. Those have been taken out. We since reset the stairs. You can see this black pitch tar here. That's flashing and waterproofing on the sides. Tomorrow we're scheduled to put the main waterproofing on the floor. If anybody wants to come take a look at it, feel free to come take a look at it. It's an exciting time for construction. From a construction manager's point, that's the main type of work we're doing.
We'll take your word for it.
I will take some more pictures if you guys want to see it. Here's some more pictures, and this was taken Monday. You can see this is what we call the metal flashing. This is aluminum flashing, so that when the water comes here, it doesn't infiltrate the brick. It flows out of here. Again, there's going to be more of this black waterproofing material on the entire floor area here. But this has been the main bulk of the work. We've taken out a lot of the brick. We're waterproof the edges because that is really the area where most of the water will infiltrate and go down into the basement. Again, this is more of the stuff. So tedious work, but it is stuff that is probably needed to make sure that the building stands forever.
Great.
So, any questions so far?
John?
Yeah, a lap. Thank you so much. When was the work done that is being redone?
I don't quite understand your question. What do you mean by that, John?
Work that was done, was apparently, not
Oh,
done according to a design, it was apparently a design that was flawed, and maybe
Yeah.
it was execution of the construction that was flawed. But when was that design work done and the construction work done?
I don't have that information for you. I can try to find out for you. But you're talking about when was the existing asbestos-containing material laid down on this floor? It would have to be decades ago because we stopped using asbestos as early as 1970s.
Yeah, that's good to, I mean, it's useful to know. It's very necessary to know about the asbestos part of it. But is the asbestos part of it the most recent of the work that was done, or is some of what is being replaced work that was done post, the time of asbestos in construction?
I would venture to say it's probably about the same time frame. Yeah.
Okay, so this really has a deep history
Yes.
and isn't recent work that calls into question whether work was not performed according to the design, or the design itself was flawed.
I could not answer that for certain, but Mike, if I had to get a guess, that's probably a correct statement.
Yeah. All right, thanks, Lap.
All right. So going down the basement level, which last time I showed you some really spalding concrete and really bad deteriorating rebar. It's really three areas. This is the corridor. The corridor was my main concern because this had all the HVAC piping, domestic water, all the stuff that feeds the new portion of the high school. Without that, there's no cooling in that portion. There's no water. There's it becomes an unfunctional space. So I asked the general contractor to focus on this area, repair this first, so that we could get the water the water lines back in way before the school begins. This is the sprinkler room. The I say the green areas, that's where we outline where that's the deteriorating concrete. And this is the equipment room where all the sports teams get their equipment. Again, more areas of spalding concrete there. I'm going to show you some pictures, some more pictures. Hold on.
I think we get the gist of this.
Okay, so this is what happened before. This is the equipment room. They patched this. This was the area where it was probably the most accessible and the least damage. You can see they patched the areas right here and they painted it over, so it looks good. Yeah. This is that corridor area. And you see, remember looking at the first picture they showed where this is all the concrete that was delaminating from the main structure. This was midway through the project where they had stripped all the concrete. You can see the rusted rebar. And this is a recent picture taken yesterday where they had used a special Sika product, which is an epoxy grout. So they covered it. Now, I mean, it they didn't just cover it. They had to scrape all the rebar off. They coated it with another epoxy on top of that, and then they pour this like really hard grout. There's a 10-year warranty on it, so obviously, hopefully, it lasts a lot longer. But at least that's where it is with the 10-year warranty.
Okay, Lab, could we focus on
Mhm.
what is going to be happening at the site that's causing a need for a noise bylaw waiver?
Sure. So we're pouring concrete, hopefully, but we may have to scrape and use hand tools that would create noise, and we want to have a Saturday just in case. Uh, More likely, we may not need it, but I would like to have these Saturdays just in case we have to do some noisy work on Saturdays. And the workers begin 7 o'clock. They're union workers, and that's the hours of operation from seven to 3. That's a normal working day.
Okay,
Um,
and the noise is going to be jackhammers.
They could be
That
some jackhammering. Right now, it's probably more confined to grinders, which, if they have to grind some joints out to install some brick. Let me just try to show you an area where they could work. If you see right now here that there's no brick here, as well as on the other edges of the floor of the area. They may need to grind out the grout here, put the brick and remortar it. So that's a possible noise issue that they could have. Plus, if they get late and they have to put they're using a burner for this area, and the burner creates a lot of noise because this is hot. It's a hot asphalt. If anybody's seen like these hot asphalt roofs, they have this big gigantic burner, and it just creates a lot of noise, and they have to have this thing hot before they can install the product. So that is, I'm hoping not to use it, but I would like to have it just in case.
Great, thank you. And the burner, does that emit pollutants into the atmosphere?
I mean,
or-
it does use oil to burn it, but it has a muffler on it, and it is OSHA safe.
Okay, good. Any other questions from the select board?
I have one.
Yes, Michael.
I just wanted to confirm this is on 3 Saturdays in August. And the minutes say August 8th, which I believe is a Friday, and August 9th is the Saturday. So I just wanted to make sure which date
It
was
is
correct.
a Saturday. We're
Yes, it
asking
should be
Saturday.
August 9.
I believe so.
Hold
Thank
on,
you
let
for
me-
catching that.
Oh,
You don't want to vote the wrong day.
oh, you're correct. Yes.
Okay, so this is a public hearing. Tiffany, can you open the public hearing?
Yes, now that the chair has opened the public hearing, there are no individuals who signed up in advance of this public hearing. If there are members of the public who wish to comment online, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature, or in the room, please make your presence known at this time. Okay, there are approximately 17 individuals in the room and 20 online, and no one is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, I'll close the hearing and call for a vote. I move approval of the noise bylaw, noise bylaw waiver for East Coast Masonry and Repair to conduct work at the high school. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Hi.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. Thank you, Lat.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Okay. Next, we have boards and commissions interviews. Interviews for a candidate for the Preservation Commission.
Bruce, you can approach the podium. Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
Well, you can go up there. I just want to make sort of a comment or a statement beforehand. This is not directed at you, but I'd like to begin with what we should be looking for in candidates for town boards and commissions. And I made a similar statement last week with respect to the Park and Recreation Commission. And I think it's something that we should always be alert or aware of as we have our interviews and make decisions on appointees to boards and commission. I think we should be looking for 4 things. Does the applicant have the skills and background as required to be successful on the board or commission? Does the applicant have good ideas and perspectives on the work of the board or commission? Does the applicant bring relevant diversity to the board or commission to ensure that all communities are represented in the work the board or commission does on behalf of the town? And finally, can the applicant work effectively and respectfully with other members of the board or commission and with the town staff that will be working with the board or commission? To make our decision based on those criteria, we'll gather information from the application submitted, this interview, and from town staff or members of the board or commission in order to make our selection there. So, will you introduce yourself and tell us why you're interested in being a member of the Preservation Commission?
Sure. Bruce Ehrlich. Sorry, my voice. The air is killing me today. I live in precinct 8. I'm new to Brookline relatively. I've been here about a year and a half. I own a house in precinct 8 with my wife. In terms of Preservation Commission, I got intrigued because there were some houses in the area that people wanted to demolish or change or whatever. And they started talking about what the commission did and what the requirements were and all that. And I've always had a really strong interest in history. And if you eliminate history, you can't get it back. It's gone. And it's really important to preserve history when when it's important to the town. This town is full of history, historic buildings, historic places, historic people. And I think preserving that is important, but at the same time, you have to listen to people that live here and want to do some things and et cetera. I'm not clear. I did not grow up here. Like I said, I've been here a year and a half. I'm not clear how the process works here in terms of who approves what. I honestly, I don't know. But I read a lot. I'm willing to learn, and I like to listen to what other people think. So my background, excuse me, my background is in finance. I was a financial advisor for a long time up on the North Shore. I'm now retired, and just want to volunteer and give back and learn and help the community all I can. So
Thank you.
I don't know what else you need.
So maybe Tiffany can help here.
Excuse me.
He would be appointed as an alternate member, right? Because the members are required to be within certain categories, as I understand it.
Sorry, I have
Right.
to verify that.
Okay, I think that's, well, let me ask my question, which
That's okay.
assumes that that's accurate. And even if it's not accurate,
know better than I
the
do.
question still is relevant. I mean, what I'm suggesting is that in the bylaw, they talk about the membership of the commission made up of members selected by the Brookline Preservation Commission, one member selected from names submitted by the American Institute of Architects, one member, if possible, selected from nominees submitted by the Greater Boston Real Estate Board, and 4 members who are residents of an historical district, et cetera. There is an alternate membership who would be a resident who lives in a historical district. So my question is, do you live in one of the historical districts?
It's unclear. I've been told because things have changed of late. I know my area, there are some strict requirements. I know a house down the street from 3 houses down from me, for example, is in the process of trying to be demolished and redone. And they had to go through the Preservation Commission. There was a significant history online about it. It's really kind of interesting. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Truthfully.
And in my opinion, the bylaw is not very clear
No, it's not.
on a number of things. But yeah, so we'll just assume that you
You'll find
qualify for membership somehow.
That's
okay?
That's fine.
So you've been a resident of Brookline for a year and
About a year and a half.
a
almost.
year and a half.
Yep.
So I take it that you were a financial advisor in the Boston area, right?
Yes,
The North
North Shore,
Shore?
yes.
Okay. In your previous town, were you involved in any preservation commission type activities?
I was not involved in the town at all. And I'm not going to make an excuse, but my wife was an elected official
Mm-hmm.
and I couldn't. I had to stay out of things. There was too much conflict. She was in the state legislature for a long time.
Okay.
So there was too much conflict there potentially. And I really had to not be involved with town boards, at least take public positions, because that could be attributed to her. And that would have been inappropriate.
Okay, good. Any other questions from the select board, Michael?
I'm curious as to, first of all, whether you've attended meetings of the Preservation Commission. And if you have ideas about what are the kinds of things in their process that worked well or things that worked, that could be improved.
I have not attended meetings. What I've done though is I've talked to, I mean, if it matters, I've talked to a lot of people, at least in my neighborhood, about the commission, what they think it does, what it really does. And what I found is that nobody knows what it does, which I don't think is a really good thing, because then, for example, my neighbor that is trying to get a house redone, he said, I don't know what happened. I don't know who went through to who and why this is important. And, there's a whole thing online about this particular house and the history of it. And it's very interesting, but it's really unclear if what's online makes it historically significant or not. That definition is very unclear and very vague. I don't think nobody I talk to understands it. I don't think it's that complicated to make it clearer to the public. I don't know. You know, the other boards in town and the historical society and everything else, they know better than I in terms of making those determinations. But I think the commission could communicate better because nobody knows what they did, at least that I talked to.
David?
Thank you.
Maybe this ties into what you just said, but in your application, you mentioned communication even through the town newspaper would be helpful. Are you
Yes.
referring specifically to the function of the Preservation Commission or to something else?
Yes. Speaking, I mean, there may be other town departments that could benefit from better communication too. I don't know. And I know the new online newspaper does cover all these meetings and everything else. So that's good. You just have to look for it. But some of the minutes of commissions and things like that they're hard to find. It's sort of, when you read, it's like reading the bylaws, how it's sort of unclear. So I don't know the answer to how to fix that. I just know that it is an issue.
We're working on it.
I'm sure. I mean, you know, like I
Matter of
said,
fact, we're gonna-
I'm new and everything seems to be getting better and people try to improve people try to improve things here,
Yeah.
which is great.
We have our what's it called, a workbook or
Roadmap.
roadmap, all right,
Right.
handbook, I'm sorry.
The hand-
Oh, handbook
On the
too.
agenda, to actually address many of the issues that are presented by boards and commissions in town, so.
And it takes a long
And
time to
it-
get
yeah.
change takes.
We have a good person on the case,
Change takes a while.
Tiffany. Okay, any other questions?
I do have a question, Bernard.
Yes, Paul.
Aha, I'm over here. Thank you.
Sorry.
Out of sight, out of mind. It's okay.
It's okay.
Bruce, first, welcome to Brookline and thank you
Thanks.
for your interest in the Preservation Commission. And full disclosure, I do live in a historic home within one of our historic districts. So I'm very familiar with the Preservation Commission and all the regulations and stuff.
Right.
But I'm curious about your perspective on, you mentioned the importance of our history and our older buildings. But could you speak a little bit about your thoughts on our older buildings needing to become more energy efficient?
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
thinking of things like solar panels and,
absolutely.
currently we require single pane historic glass, which I've done in my house. That's not the most insulated, but could you speak a little bit about that and your views and
Yes,
how much should we allow and how much should we preserve?
And that's a fine line, like you said. I think those things are really important. I mean, we moved into a house that was originally built in 1895 and a developer had gutted it. I don't know what, we didn't know her at the time. We sort of came in after the fact, but kept the character of the house, tried to make it more energy efficient. One of the last houses to actually have gas piped into the house. But one of the first things we did, for example, we had gas stove. One of the first things we did is cap the gas and put it in an electric stove. So we are, you know, I understand. Now, obviously, I didn't need a permit to do that. But I think it is important to look at the greater world around us and do whatever we can to help in terms of climate and things like that. I don't know what the answer is in terms of solar, because, you know, in a historic district, for example, you know, you're not going to see solar panels on roofs. You just don't see it anywhere. I came from Marblehead, historic Marblehead. There's no solar panels on roofs. Now they're kind of finicky up there anyway. But we have to try to figure out how to make it easier for residents to improve their homes, save money on heat and electric because those things are going crazy in terms of cost, but at the same time preserve it. I don't know. Solar's a tough one. I mean, if you want to dig a geothermal well, it's not gonna, it's not as big of a deal. Obviously you can't put it up a windmill. But solar's tough because it's a great, very efficient way to generate energy now, especially being able to store the energy in batteries. But where do you put the panels?
So Bruce, just to be clear, the Preservation Commission only covers the exterior envelope of the building.
Yep.
That does not cover the interior.
Right.
But thank you for your comment. I think it's helpful. Thank
Sure.
you.
Okay, any other questions?
I have a question.
John?
Have we figured out what the opening is and, what we would be voting to appoint Bruce to at this point?
My understanding is to an alternate position or alternate position on the Preservation Commission. But before we make a decision, we'll have to figure that out.
Yeah, yeah,
Through town council.
Um,
Or someone else who really knows this stuff like Tiffany or.
If I may, I did have to do some quick searching just to double check a couple of things. So we do have 4 alternate member spaces available on the Preservation Commission right now, as well as 1 full voting seat. The way the alternate membership works on the Preservation Commission is if there's not a quorum of members, the alternate can stand in and vote. From what I can see, there aren't specific eligibility requirements in terms of the full voting position vacancy. And I had to double check. I actually had emailed the staff to check on Bruce's eligibility before we invited him to interview.
Oh,
So we should be all set, but we can double confirm.
okay, great. Thank you.
so just in case there are people listening and wondering, is there a position open that is other than an alternate position?
There is 1 full voting that is not an alternate, and there are also 4 alternate member seats. Yes.
And do we know if Bruce qualifies for the full voting position?
I think the answer is yes, based on staff's response, but I'd like to also just
Okay.
reconfirm.
Okay, good.
And the bylaw does say, let's see, what does it say? It does say, to the extent possible. So.
Okay, that's a little bit of wiggle room. right
Yeah,
there.
really. Yeah, right.
Just
If you're on this commission, maybe you can fix the language in
Sure.
our bylaw.
the intent of my questions, just to be clear, is I think Bruce has made a very good presentation, and I, for one, would be more than happy to vote for him for, full voting member if we have an opening. And if he's interested in that position, yeah.
But we're not
Um,
voting this evening, are we?
No, typically we don't
But
vote.
we'll find out before we.
Yeah,
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 yeah.
okay, good, yeah. So thank you.
Thank you.
As I just said, we'll be voting on this at a
Great.
future
Any
meeting.
questions, any other questions? Feel free to, through
We
Tiffany
will.
or whatever.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay. Now, the item that everyone is waiting for. Okay, so before you start speaking, Kara, let me just say that this item is the proposal by Victory Programs to acquire the property on William Street. And Victory Programs is a nonprofit that has been recommended by the committee that reviewed the responses to our request for information to be assigned the town's right of first refusal to purchase the property. After their presentation, we will set aside 20 minutes for public comments of no more than 3 minutes each. The select board will also be available at the end of this meeting to hear any additional comments that were not able to be heard during that 20-minute period. You should know that the select board has received and read comments that have been submitted to us in writing, and I can say that all select board members do read these comments. Don't be shocked. I mean, we work hard on this select board. And most, if not all, select board members have watched or participated in the meeting on July 30th of the Housing Advisory Board, at which public comments were also received. We've had an opportunity to ask questions of town staff, and we'll be able to submit additional questions as needed before our final vote on August 19. Many of the issues raised in the comments will be addressed by Victory or any other nonprofit purchaser after the closing of the purchase when they work with the town on compliance with our various regulations governing lodging houses, if that is the form that they organize under, and our health, building, safety, and other regulations and approvals that will be needed. Of course, any nonprofit would also be subject to state regulations. With that, Kara, are you going to introduce Victory Programs or so?
I'm going to be very brief just to add it. So first of all, my name is Kara Bruton. I'm the Director of Planning and Community Development. Just to add some time frame and some context on what you just went over, Chair Green, back in 2010, the town assigned some federal grant dollars to this property for the Price Center in order to help rehab the property. And in exchange for those funding, the town was able to secure a right of first refusal for the property, as well as some temporary affordable housing restrictions. As you know, back in June, we went to the Housing Advisory Board, and there was a public meeting where there's dozens of people in attendance talking about what they wanted to see at that property, including residents who were from a variety, either directly or indirectly affiliated with a variety of nonprofits that service all kinds of different people. That feedback was folded into the draft request for information that we shared with you all in June in executive session. We released that request for information process. The recommendation committee was Vice Chair Perlman, myself, Awana Linda Smith, who's here from the Planning Department, and Roger Blood, the Chair of the Housing Advisory Board. Once we did a bunch of outreach, and we had 4 nonprofit groups that were very interested in possibly making a proposal, went on site walks, asked questions, and in the end, 2 of them dropped out because the property was either too small or too large for their typical operations, and they understood that the town wanted to keep the building that was there in large part. We went back, we let you all know that the recommendation committee saw that Victory Programs was certainly the higher qualified proposer of the 2 that bid, Victory Programs and Brookline Community Development Corporation, although both are certainly extremely important community allies. The proposed uses you'll hear from Taylor from Victory Programs is for a drug and alcohol-free facility for pregnant or parenting individuals reuniting with their children. And there would be 24 staffing and support for these individuals. We also took that same recommendation to the Housing Advisory Board just last week on July 30th. And they also voted to recommend that the select board move forward with Victory Programs. So that's all I have to say. I'm happy to get into more detail later. And Taylor Morley, she's here to give a presentation about what they're thinking about.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Taylor Morley. I'm the Chief Operating Officer and General Counsel for Victory Programs. So we have a brief presentation just kind of give an overview of who we are as an organization, what the Portis family model is. And I do just want to touch on a couple of the comments that come out of the community process so far. So with that said, Sarah Porter is our CEO and president. She is on this call. We didn't realize when you signed up that it tags your name, so she's on there as Taylor as well. But it is Sarah. Unfortunately, Tammy Simmons Dixon isn't joining us tonight. She's our director of housing, has served with us for a very long time, and is very familiar with the operations of Portis. Portis Family Home is transitional housing. It is a supportive environment for quite often single mothers. It is an all gender parent program, but in the past 15 years, we've only had 0 non-single mothers in the program. And I think since Victory has operated it in the last 25 years, we've only had 1 or 2 instances where you have 2 parents or male identified parents in the program. So it's a very kind of cohesive family group of a single mother with 1 to sometimes larger families, depending on who is referred to the program. 16 Williams offers the opportunity to expand it. It would be a little more than doubling the current bed count. So right now we offer housing for 8 families just across the border in Jamaica Plain. 16 Williams would allow us to expand the program to 18 families between the 2 sites. So a little more on Victory Programs. So we are currently in our 50th year as an organization. We started back in 1975 as Victory House, which was a recovery home operating for veterans. And over those past 50 years, our services have really expanded to be, we can work with somebody who is unstably housed at street level, provide them shelter, transitional housing, all the way up to permanent supportive housing with wraparound services the whole way. We also have experience and operate family shelters and contract with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, as well as day centers and recovery centers. Our philosophy of care is really rooted in meeting people where they are. Quite often, everything that we do is on a case-by-case basis. It's very hard with the communities and the individuals we work with to establish kind of lines in the sands are very hard rules. And so we always evaluate people where they're at in their lives and work with them to provide stability and support. And so a lot of our outcomes are highly individualized. For Portis families, outcomes are reuniting with their children in a sober environment and staying sober post-discharge into permanent supportive housing. But for some of our other programs, outcomes look very different than that. So just a little bit more on Victory Programs as an organization and our successes in FY24. We served over 5,000 adults and children across our programs. We helped 117 individuals transition from shelter into permanent supportive housing, and we helped over 1,000 adults and children receive shelter and essential needs through our programs. Finally, we helped over 550 individuals receive critical recovery services and support at one of our 6 recovery homes. Just to be clear, Portis Family Home is not a recovery home. It is a sober facility for individuals with 6-month sobriety, but we do operate other recovery services, including recovery homes. So as I mentioned, the Portis Family Home is a transitional facility. The average length of stay for our families in the house is 18 to 24 months. Upon successful completion, families are reunited, which means, again, pragmatically, it is mom and her children are exiting the program into permanent supportive housing. We stay with the families for around, oops, sorry, I may be getting ahead of myself on my slide. So while in Portis, we work with the parents, with the children to reunify the family. We provide recovery support services to help people stay sober. We provide housing search and stabilization services through our programs. We also provide case management to help our families access the resources they need in the community. The Portis program is 24/7 staffed. It includes program director, clinical supervision, case managers, residence assistant, as well as relief staff. So anytime there's a call out, we have staff that will be in the program. So there is always a staff person on site with the Portis model. As I mentioned, we do housing and case management for our clients in Portis Family Home, and we will work with our clients to kind of mitigate any issues that come up. So one of the pieces that have come out of the community feedback process is, well, would you deny somebody with a felony history? And our answer is no, because we evaluate on that case-by-case basis. If an individual were presenting with a relevant felony or a relevant criminal history that would put them, the families in Portis, or the community at risk, we would certainly screen for that, and it's unlikely they would be placed. But again, we want to meet our families where they're at. And if you have an older history, we will work with you to address it, make sure you're the right fit for the program, and ultimately help you stabilize and find a supported environment to move on to the next stage of your reunification into permanent supportive housing after Portis. And then, as I alluded to, we do follow our families for 90 days after discharge. In the last 2 years, we've only had one family, unfortunately, have a relapse within those 90 days, but the program is otherwise highly successful in keeping families reunited once they complete their 24 months. And with that, I can take any questions that the board may have.
So any questions from the board? John?
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm curious as to whether we can get a handle on the numbers of people who will be resident in the house, because I get serving families, but is a family 1, 2, 3, maybe as many as 4 people? And is the house that you are looking at, 16 William Street, set up in such a way as to accommodate, let's say it's 4 people, how many groups of that size could you accommodate?
So in the current Portis Family Home, the rooms are as small as 111 square feet, I think is the smallest room, and the largest is around 250. So it is a smaller space. that works because it is transitional housing. It's not intended to be someone's final stop on their
Right.
housing journey. In terms of 16 Williams, it would very much play out in the same practice. So there is a point, depending on the room available, where we may assign 2 rooms to a family. So in practice, a larger room around 200 square feet would be for a mom and 2 children, whereas a room that's 100 square feet may only be a mom and a child. And if there was a larger family, 4 or more children, then it may be across multiple adjoining rooms.
Okay. And do we have anyone from the building department here who can answer whether there's any limitation in Brookline as to the number of people in the square footage that exists
Yeah,
in
I
that,
think
in
that's
that
a
address?
question for the health department. Do we have someone online from health? Tiffany, do we?
I don't think we have anyone online from the building department.
Or health?
So
From health? Sorry, go ahead, Chaz.
I don't see anyone from health, but I can say that, right, anyone who's using the space has to comply with the requirements of the health department and the building department with regard to the building code and the sanitation code. And I also see Joe Callanan, town council, who will probably should chime in here as well.
Sure, thank you. Joe Callanan, Town Council. So this 16 William Street is a single room occupancy facility, so it has a different type of building code requirement than most other places because they share bathrooms and kitchens. But the rooms, don't need that much space to qualify under the building code. So let me double check. But it's typically, it's 120 feet for the first person, and 70 feet for the second person. I think when they're referring to person there, they're talking about adults. So a mom and a child could probably, fit into a 120 square foot room. Because again, they are sharing the kitchen and bathroom facilities elsewhere other than just their room.
But not a parent and 3 children.
Then you'd need more space. So I
Yeah.
heard Taylor say that, in a larger family, they would be going out beyond just one room.
Okay. My only point in bringing these questions up is I think one of the concerns that people are going to express tonight is the number, how many people are we talking about? Because it sounds like it's going to be different than the existing number that's using the house, which is not to say it can't be a higher number, but I think we do need some kind of definition of what the allowable number, given the size of that property,
Right.
is. Because Joe has just confirmed it as far as I am concerned. There are limits in Brookline on occupancy and space, that is required for certain numbers of inhabitants to occupy a given space.
And Joe, are there also state requirements that may override Brookline's requirements? I mean, what?
Yeah, and what I referred to as the building code, and there would also be fire code. There are safety codes that they would have to comply with. And all this would be done before they get a certificate of occupancy. So they may not be able to know the answers today because one, they haven't acquired the property. But they would certainly need to have all this, answered and straightened out before they would ever get a certificate of occupancy.
Right.
Mike?
No, go ahead.
Thank you, Taylor, for the presentation and also for your presentation at the Housing Advisory Board meeting, which and I'm sure a number of other of us watched and learned from. I wonder if you can speak to the parts of your program that deal with how you where you source your customers, how they're screened before you source them, how you screen them, through to the parts of your program where you carry, where they complete the Porter's House. And you mentioned that they then go on to permanent supportive housing. It wasn't clear whether that is Victory Programs, permanent supportive housing, or you work with other people or other organizations, because obviously there are other organizations that provide those services. And I wonder if you could speak to sort of how that process works all the way through.
Of course. So the Institute of Health and Recovery is our referral source for the current Portis family home. So they send us a referral for a family. That family has to have a likelihood of reunification with their child.
Excuse me, Taylor, is that a state agency?
The Institute for Health and Recovery is a nonprofit agency.
Okay.
So they'll refer to us, and it will be families who are able to kind of imminently reunite with their children. So that may be documentation from DCF, that reunification is possible and that there's a timeline to do it. There are very few kind of, again, clear screening criteria at that stage other than 6 months sobriety and the ability to reunite. It then becomes an interview and with our program staff to determine that it's a good fit. And so that case-by-case basis looks at a lot of factors. It can be geographically where the support system is, where the education and care for the child or children is located, where somebody's job is located, their connections to the community. So it's very individualized to make sure that not only is the client a good fit for Portis, but Portis is also a good fit for the client, so that they're receiving the services they need. As I mentioned, it's an average stay of 18 to 24 months. So our staff are working with the family throughout their stay at Portis to get them ready for housing. I do just want to correct something I said. It could be permanent supportive housing. It could also just be housing in the community, depending on where that family is when they exit the program. It's usually not Victory Programs housing. It is housing of other nonprofit agencies or affordable housing, or just, again, community housing in communities.
Great. Paul?
Yep, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the information you provided. Could you speak a little bit about you? I think you said the average was 18 to 24 months of a stay. Does that exit? Oh, what's the criteria, or what are the factors that result in an exit? Is it the time when they're ready? What are the criteria for exit?
Yeah, I mean, again, it is a very case by case basis, and kind of is the family ready? Have they, again, baseline criteria? Have they reunited with their children? Is that going well? Are the any issues with DCF resolved, and that they are able to move into housing with a 90-day follow-up from Victory Programs? A lot of it just does come down to the availability of housing, an individual's availability to support themselves in that housing, whether through employment or through a voucher. So again, it's a very case-by-case basis when somebody is ready to move out of the program. Some people move much more quickly, and others need that full 24 months.
Sure. Bernard, can I ask a follow-up?
Yep.
Thank you. So you had, thank you for that answer. It's what I expected. It's a good flexible program. So you had mentioned that you had only one relapse for successful completion of the program, which is remarkable. Do you also have statistics for relapse while in the program?
So that would probably fall under, so we do have house rules and program rules. Again, it is case by case. So we work with the family, even if we are aware of a potential relapse or there are signs that one could be imminent, we will work with that parent to intercede and try to stabilize them and get the support they need to either remain or move on or become sober again. So in the past 2 years, we only have had one instance where we've actually had to ask somebody to leave the program because they violated those house rules. And those are, again, house rules that apply to sobriety, to following expectations for behavior and decorum as it relates to the program, attending program meetings as well.
But not being, so, and I'm sorry, Bernard, one more question. I'm very fascinated by the subject. So is being sober required? I know there's a house rule that says you can't be using on the property, but is being in the Portis house, do you have to be sober? I know you have to be 6 months before you enter, but if you have a relapse, you're automatically, is there a change in your status, or how does that work?
So you do have to be sober for 6 months before entry. If you were to relapse in the program, it is not a definitive you're removed from the program. Again, we evaluate on a case-by-case basis with our tenants and work with them to reestablish sobriety if that's applicable, if they are able to continue in the program. Unfortunately, I don't know for that one person removed for rules violation, what that exact cause was. So I can't speak to if that was for sobriety requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Michael.
Thank you. I wonder if you can speak to some aspects of the workforce that you employ in order to support the program. You mentioned that there's 24/7 on site. So, and can you sort of talk about sort of how that rotation works? Can you talk about the tenure and the training of the people, both who are on site and not on site? And if you can talk about the frequency or the level of direct engagement typical over weeks, months, whatever, of the offsite personnel in your program to execute the program?
Of course. So just running through the staffing of the program, really at the top it is our director of housing and our deputy director of housing. And then we have a program director for Porter's Family Home. Historically, there's also been clinical supervision that is separate from our program director, but our program director who's recently taken over the program and has worked at Victory for a very long time is also our licensed clinician who formerly supervised the program. So you kind of have that blended right now into one position. And that program director, again, is a licensed clinician at the moment. If it was otherwise, the program director would be somebody who has multiple years of experience as well as a bachelor's degree in relevant field to make them qualified for position. Moving down from there, we have our case management staff. That does require, I believe, no less than 1 year of experience as well as a BA or an associate's and additional years of experience. And then you have our residence assistants who are require a high school diploma as well as relevant experience. And then all of our staff receive training, both general training in how you do crisis intervention and de-escalation policy, as well as training on best practices for the program, training on how to interact with our staff. I wish I had the list because it's a very long list of all the trainings our staff can have for this program. And then beyond that, we have our relief staff who I mentioned is if there was ever a call out, they're the ones who are filling that gap. In terms of frequency of interaction with staff, we try to build community in our buildings. So that is, if you're walking in the front door and there's a staff person who's, at their desk in that area, right? Like there's going to be an interaction. Our staff are doing rounds. Our staff are checking in with clients. They are, doing these housing search and stabilization work with our clients to help them find housing. They are working and doing case management around recovery and sobriety. So there's a lot of opportunities for interactions. Again, I'm going to have to keep using the phrase, it is case by case based on the needs of the family and where they are. Somebody earlier on in Portis is going to have a lot more interaction with staff than somebody getting ready to exit the program.
David has a question.
Michael. I'm sorry, David.
Just a couple questions. You mentioned as part of your presentation that you have some locations that are sober homes, others that are recovery homes. Could you explain for the public that distinction?
Of course. So again, Victory Programs works kind of in all stages of individuals with substance use disorder. In some cases, that may mean shelters that have lower barriers to entry. That may mean our recovery homes, which is people who have taken steps towards obtaining sobriety and need a supportive environment to continue that journey, versus a sober home where there is a requirement that you have already put in a lot of work. You are to the point in your recovery where you are sober and no longer using substances, or thinking of the distinction here better for recovery home versus sober home is it is to the stage where you don't need as intensive staff interaction to maintain or achieve sobriety.
All right. One of the concerns articulated by some residents from the neighborhood is around people who might be going on to this property beyond the residence. So could you describe what some of the rules entail around visitors and who typically is allowed in?
Of course. So I did have an opportunity after last week's meeting to kind of look into this role a little further. So it is visitors coming into the program are usually organizations we're partnering with. So it is not that guests would be coming into the program. I can't say it would never happen, but usually our rules require, like, if somebody is coming in the program to meet with one of our tenants or client, it is another nonprofit or a service provider that's there for a specific reason. You know, we, again, as I mentioned, we have staff at the building. Part of what there to do is to monitor and control the front door of the building. So we have our families sign in and sign out. We establish rounds of the property. We do weekly checks of units to ensure health and wellness as well as safety concerns. And we also monitor our neighborhood. We are not an organization that is going to close the front door and say the outside world is the outside world's problem. We will provide phone numbers and emails and make sure that the community can reach us. And if there's ever a concern that somebody is on the bench across the street waiting for one of our clients, or is, you know, a potential other parent who's not part of the program, the community can let our staff know, let the front desk of the program know, and we will do our best to move people along if possible, or to ask our clients and alert them that that's not allowable behavior, and go as far as contacting the police if necessary, if there's a concern that somebody is somehow linked to our program and is is in the neighborhood when they shouldn't be.
And could you describe what a typical day is like for a resident at the program?
So I am going to admit I may not be the best one to describe the typical day. Again, because it is so case by case. It's, you know, it is the same that it's going to be for any family. You know, everyone's going to get up. Children may go to school. They're going to go to daycare. The parent is going to go to work, right? Like it is still very much people who are functioning in their community when they're able to, and then receiving services based on that schedule. So again, it really depends where somebody is at in their, where they're at in their life as to what services they're going to be receiving each day. But the way to really frame it is, you know, these are community members, these are families, they still need to go to school, they're still going to work throughout the day.
Is there a particular curfew for when everyone has to be back?
There is a curfew. I don't have the time off the top of my head, but early evening is around there.
John?
Sorry if I seem obsessed with this whole question of occupancy, but it's a little bit of a mystery to me. Does anyone have the number as to the square footage contained within this house?
Kara, do you have any of that information?
I can look up the square footage. It's in the select board packet, but that would include the common rooms. And I think what you're getting at is the number of people
Yeah.
that would maximum be there. I'll offer that in addition to the
Could you
conversation.
introduce yourself to those people in our vast TV audience who
Sure.
don't know you.
So for the last 15 minutes, I've remained to be the Director of Planning and Community Development. My name is Kara Bruton. Thank you. Chair Green, I should know better by now. So in addition to the conversation that's happened already about square footage, our Chief of Health, John Klaschinski's also had a chance to have a conversation with Taylor and talked about the town's desire to have this property continue as a lodging house under lodging house license. And part of that includes regulations under the lodging house locally that requires 50 square foot per occupant per person. And I had a brief conversation with Taylor about this afternoon, and that seems to work well with their program. This building was built in 1895. So there are no floor plans in the building department that are, you know, to scale. There's like a emergency access that shows relative sizes of bedrooms. But when this gets to the right point, Victory Programs is going to need to do a survey, going to need to figure out the operations, going to need to work with public health and figure out how all of this makes sense. And preliminary conversation with the town administrator is that as we get direction from you all of what the most important thing is, that you want to have is, you know, kind of bumpers or safeguards. We could wrap that into the agreement if you all decide to, of conditions of the town's assignment, which would be above and before and beyond any licensing that comes later.
Yeah. And it's interesting, while this has been going on, I checked the assessor's listing on this, and they don't have information as to, as you said, there is no information as to the actual square footage contained within this property. And truthfully, I'm looking at this as much from the vantage point of victory programs, as from the vantage point of the neighborhood. I'm sure they don't, want to get into a situation where they are contemplating use of this for, let's say, 32 individuals, and then it turns out under our occupancy guidelines, it doesn't qualify for that many, but maybe it qualifies for 24. I don't know. So it sounds like all of that is being investigated, which is, what I would assume. But it kind of begs the question, is there contemplated the possibility of expanding this property to reach what you would be required to have for, let's say, 32 people?
Yeah, so we don't have any plans at this point because it's so early to do any expansion. Our kind of model across most of our housing is really in this 10 to 15 unit range. If you look at our portfolio of housing, the vast majority of it is a smaller setting. It's really where we feel that we can have the most impact with our clients. So we wouldn't look to expand. I would never say never, depending on what happens in 10 years. But at this point, we don't. I will say, again, we want the square footages and some floor plans, I think, as much as anyone at this point. And I did have an opportunity. We have an architect who we are essentially ready to press go as soon as it's relevant to do so and get in there and actually get dimensions and get a better answer to the question of what the room sizes are.
Great. That's great to know. Thanks.
Great. Any other questions from the select board? Okay, next we'll have public comment for 20 minutes under our usual public comment rules, 3 minutes per person. And to the extent that you don't get a chance during this period to make your comment, the select board will stay around late into the night and listen after the regular agenda is completed. So,
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Before we go into public comment, can I just briefly preface it?
Yes.
I just want to thank members of the public who are here to speak and just make sure everyone knows we don't stop people from making public comments unless there is a threat made or there's obscenity or something is raised that's beyond the scope of the select board, which means that it is theoretically possible for someone to say something that is discriminatory, and we don't have the ability to stop someone from saying that. So I do just want folks to be aware that it is discriminatory to discriminate against someone on the basis of being a member of a protected class, of having a disability, which includes a substance use disorder. It is discriminatory to deny those people housing. It is against the Dover Amendment, which is an amendment to the Massachusetts Constitution to try and segregate where people live in support of housing. So the idea that we can pick and choose where people live, just not in this neighborhood, that's illegal. We can't do that. I want people's expectations to be set accordingly on this. It is really important to the community as a whole that as we discuss this civilly and with full candor and transparency, that we try and avoid situations where we create a situation where the town could be accused of discriminating against someone on the basis of a disability or membership in a protected class. So I hope as we have this discussion and it is civil and mindful of that, that people are aware that if someone says, oh, why do those people have to live here? That is not a question that we will answer, right? That is discrimination. And so we can't do that. So I just want people's expectations to be set. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, should we try to do it pro con? I mean, does that even make sense? Let's forget that. Let's just see who stands up and wants to talk.
Well, I do have an order because we do have folks who sign up for public comment at the beginning related to this. So we'll start with that. So first up to speak is Susan Freed. Is Susan in the room? You can approach the podium and I'll throw the timer up. Oh, I won't start it till you start.
My name is Susan Freed. I'm in precinct 11. I live on Winchester Street. We have only heard of this whole thing last Tuesday, and although we may appear to be small but mighty group, we began circulating a petition just 8 hours ago. We've already gotten well over 70 people who've responded in support of our plea to walk away from the Victory proposal and the Victory transitional housing. And I think that as the weeks wear on, you're going to find that this will become much more of a wave. I'm not going to restate arguments that we've sent you in email. I want to really focus on a few issues. First is do no harm. Do no harm should guide us in all public decisions, particularly those involving people's homes, neighborhoods, and welfare. While the intent behind a sober living facility may be admirable, and we are not denying the value at all of Victory House, you have to ask yourselves, are we certain that this action in this neighborhood will not create unintended negative consequences? If there is doubt, caution should prevail. Community safety, cohesion, and well-being must remain our primary responsibility. As I said, we understand the value of low-income housing, which has been the mandate, which, by the way, this is not. This is transitional housing. And to what the gentleman said earlier about discriminating about where people should or should not live, absolutely, we agree. But it should be noted that 50% of the subsidized housing in Brookline are within those few blocks in precincts 9, 10, and 11. 50%. The second point is a lack of clear benefit to Brookline. Frankly, it remains unclear how this project truly benefits the people of Brookline. There are unanswered questions regarding oversight, accountability, and the actual support provided to both residents and neighbors. Where's the evidence that this facility would serve our town's most vulnerable, rather than simply place a burden on our neighborhoods with little return? And until these issues are addressed transparently, there's no compelling case for moving forward. I have to address the matter of process and trust. This is a participatory democracy rooted in transparency, fairness, and trust. And the structure of town meeting exists to ensure that every member of the public has voice and visibility in the decisions that shape our community. In matters of governance, perception can be just as consequential as reality. The way this has been run through for us, it's really been we feel that a lot of our trust has been broken. So in closing, I urge the board to think carefully, prioritize the welfare of all Brookline residents, and uphold the standards of fairness and transparency. And walk away from this deal, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Terry Myers. After Terry Myers will be Mary Ellen Moran.
I'm Terry Myers. I live at 48 William Street. I've been a resident for 35 years. Good evening, and members of the board. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight on the current proposal for transitional housing in our community. First of all, transitional housing can be an important resource for those experiencing acute hardship. It is not a substitute for permanent affordable housing. Our mandate and the shared values of Brookline require us to provide stable, long-term affordable homes so that families and individuals can plant roots, thrive, and become part of the fabric of our town. Transitional housing, as Victory is proposing, by its very nature is temporary. It does not address the growing demand among working families, seniors, and young people for safe, affordable places to live. By prioritizing transitional models without a clear path to permanent affordability, we risk missing the mark set by our housing mandate and by the expectation of the residents. Second, though this is a difficult topic, there are studies indicating a correlation between substance abuse and increased crime rates and lead to public safety concerns. I am not suggesting that all residents of transitional housing still struggle with substance abuse or are prone to crime, far from it. But evidence does suggest that transitional facilities can increase not only for those housed within, but also for the surrounding community, especially in more affluent neighborhoods, as indicated by the Philadelphia study handout that I think Carrie has. We all want Brookline to be a compassionate town, one that welcomes vulnerable residents and helps them stand on their feet. However, We must be careful to pursue solutions that truly address the root issues of affordable housing and public safety. I urge you as selectmen to insist on proposals that meet our community's affordable housing goals and that come with a comprehensive support framework ensuring both the well-being of new residents and the continued safety and stability of our neighborhoods. It is important to have a community input and not a rush to judgment. Rushed decisions can erode trust. If people feel cut out of the process or that decisions are being made behind closed doors, it undermines public confidence, even in well-intentioned projects. We have an obligation to be transparent and to bring people along, not drag them behind. Residents often bring local knowledge that improves planning, especially neighborhood dynamics. When we all listen, we make better, more durable decisions. The goal is not consensus, but inclusion. We don't need everyone to agree, but we do need everyone to feel heard. When people have a chance to engage, they're more likely to support or at least understand the outcome, even if it is not their first choice. I am not sure we've done this yet. Public input gives us a chance to separate facts from fears. Transitional housing, does it necessarily bring crime? Affordable housing, does it devalue neighborhoods? I don't know the answers and would like more time and information to find out. I'm just asking you to reconsider other proposals and find some way to use the property for good.
Thank you. That concludes your time.
All right.
Mary Ellen Moran. Next up will be Carrie G.
Good evening, I'm Mary Ellen Moran. I live in precinct 11. Have you heard we don't feel like there's been a lot of open and transparent communication in the neighborhood about this proposal. I'm here to talk specifically about the RFI and its limited outreach with only 2 proposals. And we read the RFI and we noted that its primary goal was to explore opportunities to retain long-term affordable housing as well as housing stability for low-income residents in a sensitive neighborhood context. We listened to the proposal or the programs by Victory Programs, the presentation at the Housing Advisory Board. And it was very persuasive, but we still have concerns. We do have concerns about safety and crime and even potentially bringing drug use to the neighborhood. And I think Victory Programs tried to address our concerns by noting that there's this Portis House family model that they will use at 16 William Street, which accommodates women recovering from substance abuse who have children or who are pregnant or both. But I don't think there's any guarantee to that. I think that anybody could reside there. I don't know how we would there's no guarantee. And it's, as we've said, it's short term, 16 to 24 months is the program. That's transitional housing. That's not long-term housing or stability. So we don't think that the intent of the RFI was met. And we understand that the Brookline Community Development Corporation did not score as high, but their proposal was pretty comprehensive because we've read that also. And they have a proven track record. Opposed to a substance abuse house where Brookline, I don't believe, has any exposure or any experience. So I think that the proposal by Victory Programs does not serve the public interest, and it doesn't serve certainly our neighborhood's interest in particularly a sensitive neighborhood context. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie G. After Carrie G will be Robert Moran.
Thank you. I'm Carrie Goldberg. I live at 24 William Street, several feet from 16 William Street, the house that we're discussing. I just want to underscore that The opposition in the neighborhood is already extremely strong. We started this petition just a few hours ago, and we already got enough signatures to more than fill this room with people who are saying we would prefer an alternative to this proposal. I have spoken with several of you quite a bit. I really appreciate the listening that's happened in the last several days. I am now going to speak not as myself, but as Dr. Orit Avni Baron, who is a psychiatrist who lives in the neighborhood and who Michael heard yesterday. And so he can attest that she actually does sound like this. So she says, Victory Program says it does not think a person's past predicts their future. This was something that Taylor had said before. But in clinical practice, a person's past behavior is one of the strongest predictors of future outcomes, especially in the early stages of recovery. 3 to 6 months of sobriety is considered early recovery and not a reliable indicator of long-term stability or reduced risk. Relapse is extremely common. According to the National Institute of Drug Abuse, 40 to 60% of people relapse within the first year after treatment. For people with additional risk factors, such as co-occurring mental illness or trauma, the relapse rate can be even higher. The American Society of Addiction Medicine and other leading authorities recommend 12 to 24 months of sustained recovery before high-stress transitions like reunification. To be clear, for a mother to lose custody of her children, the situation must be severe. The child welfare system is designed to preserve families, not separate them. If a mother continues to use substances despite the powerful motivation of keeping her children, this is considered a serious clinical red flag. Studies show that children who've been separated from a parent due to addiction are at increased risk for emotional and behavioral problems upon reunification, including oppositional behavior, depression, PTSD symptoms. These children need highly structured therapeutic environments, not transitional housing in a residential neighborhood with limited oversight. This is a very tolerant neighborhood, our neighborhood. It's welcoming to many unusual people, but this proposal crosses a line. It introduces a high-risk population into a quiet, low-crime, family-oriented area without sufficient planning or transparency. It crosses a line not because we lack compassion, but because the risks are real and well documented. And I think that speaks to what Chaz said earlier. I don't know how you can deny that there are greater risks. And that's why one of the handouts shows you the added risks of when a person is a substance user. And another one of the handouts shows you that this is particularly true in a high income neighborhood. So bottom line, neighborhood opposition is very strong. It's something that needs to be dealt with, and it's just going to get stronger. So please choose an alternative. Thank you.
Robert Moran. After Robert Moran will be Michael Jacobs.
My name is Robert Moran. I live in Precinct 11, less than 1/8 of a mile from 16 William Street. My wife, Mary Ellen, and I are homeowners. We have lived at our home for over 20 years. Like most Americans, our home is our largest investment. As a preface to my comments, nothing in my comments is intended to stigmatize individuals with alcohol or substance abuse issues. My comments address the effect of the proposed Victory facility on residential real estate values in the neighborhood. I will present facts, not bias, on this issue. Other neighbors will speak or have spoken on the societal effects of the facility on the neighborhood, warning of well-documented dangers of increased crime, trash, and loitering. I agree that these risks are real and echo these warnings. In an expert opinion regarding the effect of a substance abuse treatment center in Kane County, Illinois, which I submitted to the board with my written statement, Dr. Benny Waller, a professor of finance and real estate, the author of the expert opinion, concluded that residential real estate in the neighborhood of the center would suffer a reduction in real estate values of between 8 and 17%. He described this as significantly detrimental. Perception has a strong impact on residential real estate prices. A drug treatment facility has a negative stigma. Any drug-related use has a negative stigma. And there are real risks, large correlation between crime and drug use. Over 50% of residents of sober houses will relapse. That's what statistics say. Many people suffering from substance abuse addiction also have mental health issues. Real estate values are greatly affected by public perception. The public has fear and anxiety with a drug treatment facility or another drug-related use, such as a residence for recovering drug addicts. The public fear the risks and dangers. The key is it is the perception of these risks and dangers which impacts the real estate market. Potential buyers of residential real estate will not refer to the proposed facility as a sober house. They will associate it with drug addicts. This perception will cause potential buyers.
Thank you. That concludes your time. If you have additional comments, you can send them to the select board. The next speaker is Michael Jacobs. Michael Jacobs is online. Michael, I'm promoting you now. Michael, you've been promoted and you can start your video if you're comfortable and begin your 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Michael Jacobs. I'm chair of the Brookline Housing Authority and a member of the Housing Advisory Board. I want to provide some context about transitional housing. The Brookline Housing Authority has actually run a transitional housing program for almost 20 years. And we receive our potential residents from shelters. They're not incentivized as the potential residents of this residence will be in terms of the possibility of reuniting with their children. They are just provided to us by the Department of Public Welfare. Of the 20 years that we have been in business, we've had 132 participating households. 91% of them have graduated into full tenancy after 9 months. Casework has been provided by the Brookline Center. In those 20 years, we've had 3 terminations. So those folks, some of who have been in Brookline, but others who have not, have become full and regular citizens of the town of Brookline. And they've done it just with case management, and they've lived in this community, in our public housing, next to market rate housing, as they're transitioning. So there is examples of success. There's not, to the best of my knowledge, sobriety questionnaires or tests that are done before folks are put in. So we don't know the status of those individuals. We don't know that that's necessarily done by the Department of Public Welfare when they give us potential applicants. But again, an incredibly high percentage of folks complete this transition in 9 months and are now residents of public housing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marian Friedman Gershpan. Marian, I'm promoting you now.
I did not get notice until this morning that people could sign up before, so I don't have written comments. I am a neighbor. I live at 11 Wellman Street around the corner, and I am in support of this program. I have spent my career in human services. I worked for the Division of Drug Rehabilitation for the Department of Mental Health. I was an area director when it was the Department of Mental Health and the Department of Mental Retardation. And then I worked in child mental health, doing policy and planning. This is a low-risk population. These are mostly women, maybe a father, though in that space, I don't know how you're going to accommodate a male with shared bathrooms and all, but that is motivated to get there, to be reunited with their children. There is an enormous amount of supervision. There is supervision from the program. These families are also still involved with the Department of Child Welfare, or DCF, Children and Families, as it's called now, where there is oversight. The DCF doesn't want a disaster on their hand. If there's a risk that the child will be endangered, the child's not going to be there, and neither will the parent. As to property values, I mean, I think it's, first of all, I wouldn't describe it as I wouldn't describe it as a high income neighborhood. There are some high income houses. I live in a condo. I've lived there for 37 years, and yes, it may be valued at $1 million, but all I can tell you is it's a third floor walk up without air conditioning. We've had, the economic issue is phony. We've had welfare hotels right on Center Street next to 40 Center. It hasn't negatively impacted our neighborhood. I think you're talking about suburban areas. Also, I think we need to be very careful about the data. I'm not naive about substance abuse and violence, but we're talking about people who've been sober. We're talking about mostly younger women. We're talking about people with children. I think you have to look much more carefully, not active supervisors. And I will take what the police chief said, that I don't know whether she's here tonight or not, that she's not looking for trouble. If she's looked at the data, she's talked to her compatriots. If she thought it would be increasing violence in the neighborhood, she would oppose it, which she's not. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the time allotted by the chair for public comment. We do have additional speakers who've raised their hand, and they are Dr. Charlie Homer, Lynn Sweet, and Kevin McKenzie. But as the chair suggested, we can take your public comments at the end of the meeting.
Thank you. Any questions from or comments from the select board regarding this?
Yes, I'm wondering if we can ask maybe both Kara and Taylor additional questions based on
Sure.
some of what was raised in public comment. So one public commenter asked about the benefits to Brookline. My understanding is that there actually have been some Brookline residents in Victory. Could someone elaborate on that and also talk about the benefit to Brookline?
And I think the issue that was raised earlier about issue of discrimination suggests that we're not looking to limit or require you to limit your clientele to Brookline residents. I mean, given the history of segregation in this area, that would just reinforce, in a certain sense, that segregative history. And we definitely will not accept that as a reason for anything here.
So in the past 2 years, we've had 2 Brookline residents in the Portis family home in Jamaica Plain. So again, that is an 8-family home. It is, not so easy as to say it's 8 families over 2 years, right? So I don't want to give the misimpression that it's 25%, but it is 2 families in the prior 2 years who have a connection and prior residence in Brookline. That was a roundabout way to answer that. But moving forward, again, it is very much a case-by-case basis on our screening. I can't say for sure how many families from Brookline would be in 16 William Street under that model. Only that, again, the attachment to the community, where the child is going to school, where the parent has employment, that all comes into effect when making a decision about whether the program's a right fit. And certainly if we had a program in JP and a program in Brookline, placement would be based on geographic connections as well.
Mike.
To follow up on that, on the other end, do you have any sort of history or track record, as Mr. Jacobs pointed out in the BHA transitional housing, of what percentage of residents who come out of the program end up becoming members of the community subsequently?
So I don't unfortunately have the statistics off the top of my head in terms of proximity of where the families stay after they exit the program, but that's something we can definitely get if I'm understanding the
Yeah.
question correctly.
That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Paul?
Yep, thank you, Bernard. And I appreciate all the comments from the public, both supportive and the concerns that were raised. I assume we're not going to be voting on this tonight, but I do think it
Correct.
would be really helpful. There's two areas that we can, work with the program for requirements. There's the agreement, should we move forward with them and the board were to come to agreement with the organization. I would hope that we could put some requirements into the agreement. I think the town administrator had mentioned that earlier in the evening, were things that we want to make sure are requirements. And then there's also the licensing of lodging house, which I think perhaps John had brought up a bit, which is the occupancy capacity, which may be required by not only state law, but also our local bylaws. So I think there's ample opportunity to add requirements and conditions should an arrangement move forward that will alleviate many of the concerns that we're hearing from the community. And I do think that, given our experience with, we've been licensing lodging houses for many years, making sure that we have full-time 24/7 staff available on site, at least one person, perhaps there's more. But in general, I haven't heard anything that is a concern that potentially wouldn't be able to be dealt with through the agreement or through the licensing process.
David?
Just a couple other questions I have that came up from public comment. It was also raised by a couple of speakers, why the shortened timeline, why not more community engagement? It's probably more a question for Kara. You touched on this in your introductory remarks, but could you explain to the public why we have some time pressure?
Yes, my name is Kara Bruton, Director of Planning and Community Development. Yes, the agreement that we have with the current property owner, Price Center, specifically allows us to assign the right of first refusal to another nonprofit. So it is limited in that way. That's just answering another question. We are then have a deadline from the time that they give us a notification that they have another offer in hand in order to choose. The select board can choose to assign that right of first refusal, enact on the right of first refusal, or walk away from it. So the deadline from the notification that we were given is that effectively a purchase and sale needs to be in place by September 5th? 2nd, and be able to, the person purchasing the property needs to be able to close by December 2nd.
First.
All right, thank you. And then one other question that's come up today, and it's a question I had as well previously, is transitional housing affordable housing?
I don't know of any examples in Brookline where there's transitional housing that is also not deed restricted housing in some way, because they've usually received subsidy from somebody, either federal, state, or local dollars along the way. There are some programs where the affordability expires. So for example, even with that current property owner, Price Center, the affordability restriction that's on the property is not in perpetuity. And so the public purpose of the RFI was to identify a property owner who would be willing to have the property deed restricted for affordable housing in perpetuity, not just for 20 years or 10 years, for example. In the world of affordable housing, there is a spectrum of housing needs. And if somebody needs a certain type of housing type for 18 months, 2 years, or 5 years, usually affordable housing advocates are silent on that being lesser than a house than somebody else's house. It's all of the housing is needed. I can also share with you that this Victory Programs is an example of a nonprofit that is part of an ecosystem of the whole Boston area. And For example, Pine Street Inn, who operates a couple properties in Brookline, has shared with us how they often, when some of their residents are ready to move on to the next stability level in their lives, they are hoping that their resident can be referred to somebody like Victory Programs for that next step in their journey. So these are all groups that work tightly together to provide public service to people that need housing help.
You just touched on another issue I think is important that maybe you could elaborate on. So Brookline already has transitional housing that actually has lower barriers of entry, correct? And it's been operating for decades?
That's right, yeah. We, the exact services and exact addresses, we don't even have access to because they are protected. But we did check in with Annabelle in the police department. And through records that we do have access to, I can tell you that there are transitional housing with a variety of services. In addition to the housing authority at some of their family housing properties that Mike Jacobs talked about, there is, pull it out since we asked. There are properties in Griggs Park, up and down Beacon Street. Let me just get you the list. Griggs Park, Quarry Hill, Longwood, South Brookline, Fisher Hill, and Pill Hill, in addition to the length of Beacon.
So throughout town, we have transitional housing already.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, John?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, if you don't mind, if you had to say which of the existing houses under Victory Programs is most like what, is going to be, is being proposed for William Street, would Shepherd House be the one that's the most like that?
It would not. So Shepherd House is a traditional recovery home for
Okay.
women. We do have the ability to host infants in Shepherd House. But,
Right.
quite truly, and I don't mean this to sound sarcastic, but the closest example is Portis House. That has been running for 25 years under Victory Programs successfully in Jamaica Plain.
Yeah, okay. The only reason I bring that up is, it's inevitable that people are going to raise this question of property values. And we can all have our own opinions about whether that belongs in this discussion. From the checking I have done, the market in Boston is so strong that I don't think there will be that much evidence found, that maybe no evidence at all found, that any of the locations of Victory Programs have negatively impacted property values. I don't expect you to disagree with me, but does that sound, I mean, would you be confident in saying that, it'd be very hard to find evidence that.
Let's be very careful about that.
Yeah.
That type of discussion. Property values has been historically used to break up neighborhoods when Black families move in. I mean, it's not the same thing here, but let's just be careful how we talk about property values in terms of the type of people who move in.
Well, and
I don't mean to suggest you're.
yeah, no, I was doing the
but,
opposite, I thought.
Yeah, no, I think
which is to
we're-
say, the stereotype is a stereotype.
Yeah.
And I don't think people will find all that.
Not
much
a
hard-
stereotype.
If I
I don't think people will find that much hard evidence that it bears out
Yeah.
in actual fact. David had.
Yeah, David. I'm
Just
sorry.
one last point. I really appreciated the public comment from, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on your name, where you mentioned that it's important to separate facts from fears. And that's why I think hearings such as these are very helpful, where you have your opportunity to ask questions, you hopefully get answers to your questions. To the extent that you're not getting all the answers, write to us, have more questions, and we'll try to answer them, because it definitely is important to try to sort out fact from fiction, fear from reality, and that's part of why we have this public process.
I'm sorry, we
Yeah.
cannot have discussion from the audience.
And let me just say that, yeah, we're not having discussion with the audience, but we get a lot of emails, and we are volunteer leaders of this town. We try to respond to the extent that we can, but we're not going to respond to 100 emails that we may get on a particular subject to every single email. But we do read, we do read, the emails we get. I've checked, and other select board members do take very seriously their responsibility to read emails and be aware of what people in the community are saying and their views. So, yes.
I would just add on to what the chair said, that occasionally the same question will crop up repeatedly. And so rather than answering individually the same question multiple times, it can be more efficient to just provide one answer in a public forum such as this. But we do pay attention to your questions. We do read the emails. And sometimes we don't have the answers yet. And so we're asking staff or others so that we can give you a substantive response. And that occasionally takes time.
Yeah,
Chaz, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that. The chair has actually asked us on staff to provide kind of a frequently asked questions as part of the response to this, and that's what we're going to do. So we're going to type up some of the questions we get and some of the questions that board members forward us, so that the community is able to have answers to those questions, because that is so important. So thank you for flagging that.
Great, thank you. Any further discussion from the select board? Okay, I think this has been a very helpful and productive discussion of this proposal. As I said, we will be voting on whether to move forward on the 18th of August, and additional comments that we receive from the community will be taken into consideration, as well as any questions that we have of staff that we get answers for before then.
And Chair Green, just a correction, August 19th.
Oh, I'm sorry, August 19th. My calendar is not on my computer here. Okay, thank you. Let's see. Let's move on to the next item of the agenda. Equally interesting discussion on a project eligibility letter application for 429 Harvard Street. This is a public hearing and presentation by 429 Harvard Street project eligibility letter application to be made by, I see, attorney.
Good evening, Board. Nice to see everyone tonight. My name is Jennifer DePazzo Gilbert, and I represent the owners of 429 Harvard Street, Oak Hill Properties LLC. On the line is the 40B consultant, Lynn Sweet, who, if she can share a screen, will have a presentation. Also online is a representative of the ownership team, Ashkan Sanioff. And with me to my left is the project architect, Norberto Leone. We are here tonight to discuss the application for the project eligibility letter that is pending. This case came before you last year, and there was a lot of concern last year raised by the board that on the tail of adopting the Harvard Street zoning, we were asked to basically withdraw the case and take a closer look at the existing zoning to see if something could be built within the parameters of that overlay district, the Harvard MS district. And we withdrew at that time, and Norberto and the ownership team did sharpen their pencils and take a look. And unfortunately, we are back here tonight. We understand that the town is under the 10% of subsidized housing inventory. And so we once again are applying. I'd like Lynn Sweet to go to the next page, please. So just a few things about the project. It's at 429 Harvard. It's the old Citizens Bank. It's on a 9,877 square foot lot. The proposal here is for 40 mixed income rental units. 20% of those units would be for people earning below 50% of AMI. And we have some affordable rent examples listed at the bottom there. The building will be accessible. There'll be 15 parking spaces on site with bike storage and a small roof deck for open space. 25 studio units, 10 one-bedrooms, and 5 three-bedrooms, and the building will be fully accessible. Next slide, Lynn. So this is just a photograph of the existing structure there. Again, the old Citizens Bank. Go ahead. Okay, and this is a map showing where the property is located. It's fronts on Harvard, and then you will see Fuller and Coolidge as well. It's on a corner lot. Go ahead. Okay, again, just depicting the location of where the building would be. Move forward. And this is the site here on the corner showing the building, a location, and the outside parking. Next slide, please. This is, I won't get into this too much, but you've had this in your package, and this shows that most of the zoning is met with, especially with regard to setbacks, where waivers would be required are mainly for the height of the building, which is proposed at 6 stories. Currently, the underlying zoning only allows 4. Next slide, please. And then this is looking at a radius here, quarter-mile radius. There's a code at the bottom showing the height of the buildings in the vicinity, ranging from 4 stories and also some from 5 to 12. Next slide, please. So this is a slide that shows some of the 40Bs that are already done and permitted on this in the area here on Harvard Street. So most of these were my projects. 500 Harvard Street is a project that is permitted but not yet built. It's at the old Rubens Deli. There's the Punjab Indian restaurant there now. It's right across the street from the TJ Maxx parking lot on Harvard as you go towards Brighton. That is now permitted at 6 stories with the 6-story setback, 24 units, and 20% of those units at 50% AMI. We're also showing 450 Harvard Street, another project that I permitted, which is now built. That is a 4-story with 17 units and some commercial space on the bottom. There's now a coffee shop there. 429 Harvard is the site we're talking about this evening. Then you have 420 Harvard, which is a 4-story building. And then further down, another one of my projects, which is 6 stories. That was the Two Life Communities 40B on Harvard Street. There are some more projects in this neighborhood, which I also worked on. There's one at 134, 138 Babcock, which is 45 units, which is now fully built and fully occupied. And then further down, going towards Brookline Village, I also worked on the 32 Marion Street project, which is different because it was 100% affordable, the Brookline Housing Authority. That's nearing completion, 6 stories, 115 units. And then I also worked on the 108 Center Street project, which is 7 stories and 54 units. So just to give you some idea of some of the other 40B projects that have either been completed or not yet started in that area. And now I just want to turn it over to Norberto to quickly go through the more architectural details.
Good evening. My name is Norberto Leon, and I'm the architect for the project. What you're seeing on the screen right now is the first floor, street level, and the retail is mostly on Harvard Street on your right side there in green. The entrances to the units above is on Coolidge Street on the side there. And then the parking, which is at-grade parking, the 15 spaces is in the back in gray there. Next slide, please. This is a typical floor plan, second through the 6th floor, 8 units per floor, 3, 2, 1, and bedrooms and some studios. Next slide, please. And this is the roof plan, which basically just shows you where we are going to be. There's a deck on the roof, And it shows you the equipment that we're going to be locating in the top left corner of the building towards the side. And next slide, please. These are some axonometrics of the building. You see some, the facades on Coolidge and Harvard are on the right side. And the facades in the back of the building are on the top left corner. And what we've done is we've basically set back the building away from the property lines to be respectful of the adjacent neighbors. Next slide, please. This is a section through the building, and you could see in the top illustration the project down the street from us, which is also 5 stories height. And the building, our building, is about 72 feet in height. Next slide, please. This is a rendering on looking towards the corner of Fuller and Harvard Street, looking towards Coolidge Corner. And just to give you a sense of you could see the retail where the intent is to basically have the retail be very similar to the other retail in the neighborhood, which is lots of glass on the first floor, very open and inviting to the public. And then the upper floors, we're breaking up the massing of the building with a series of balconies and carvings in the facade. Next slide, please. This is elevation along Harvard Street and our adjacent neighbor, which is single story. It's a restaurant, and we have, as you can see, just kind of trying to break up the facade here. Retail on the first floor. Next slide, please. This is a rendering from Coolidge Street, and you could see the entrance to the parking at the right there, and the entrance to the units is also on this side. And you can see how we're setting back the building right behind the tree. We're trying to break up the mass up against the adjacent properties. Next slide, please. And then this is the back of the building, showing you basically how we've completely set back, and there's parking on the ground level, and we have some balconies, which provides further breakdown of the mass of the building and creates a more inviting space in the back. Next slide. Again, a rendering at corner of Harvard and Coolidge Street, and showing you the proposal. And with that, I'll pass it over.
We're very early on in the stage. This is just an application for project eligibility letter. We know that the town is close to the 10%. Here we are, and we know if you have questions, we have Lynn Sweet, the 40B consultant on, and myself and Norberto, if you have any questions.
Okay, before we open the public hearing, any questions from the select board? Or anything that, I'm sorry, Paul. And
right,
by the way, anything that Kara Bruton wants to add? No? Okay. Paul.
Yep. Thank you for the presentation, Attorney DePazzo. I just want a quick question on the proposal. Is it the exact same as what came before, or has there been some modifications based on the feedback from last time?
My understanding is some of the setbacks have been increased. Yes.
That's helpful. Could you, because I know that was one of the big issues that we heard. Could you describe the extent of the changes on the setbacks?
Sure. Norberto?
Yes, they're mostly in the back of the building. So we've further set back on the sides and the back of the property 10 to 20 feet approximately. And we've also further broken down the mass of the building in the back.
So I'm sorry, so what was it before and what what were the setbacks before and what are they now being proposed as?
I think that most of them were about 10 feet, if I remember correctly.
And now they're,
Yeah, I think the main point on this probably, Paul, that you'd be interested in is I think before we needed waivers on setbacks and now the setbacks meet the underlying zoning.
okay, so it fits within the zoning that's there. Okay, that's helpful to know.
On the setbacks, yes.
On the setbacks. I know the height is different. And I'm, this is, you could choose to answer this or not, but I'm curious about the economics of building on Harvard Street based on the zoning that we passed. I know that
Yeah.
some have said it's maybe not high enough or the on-site affordable housing requirement is a
Yeah, you
barrier.
know,
Could you speak a little bit,
I
Jennifer,
can
about?
speak to it just a little bit and
Yeah.
generally, you know, we've had a lot of calls from owners on Harvard Street. Can I do this? Can I do that? We explain the underlying zoning, the overlay, how it works, the 4 stories. I think one of the biggest things is having, or I should say, not having the option to do a cash buyout if you're doing between 4 and 19 units. That seems to create economic difficulty.
Yeah.
That and the height. Mainly, there are some other sort of prescriptive things on the design and the facade and the windows and things like that. But in my mind, some minor tweaks to the underlying zoning would get a lot more interest from potential owners and developers.
That's helpful to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Chaz has his hand up.
My question, which is why don't the economics of the current zoning work for you? And so I think I would appreciate, I know you're kind of talking in generalities, but it would be very interesting to have a kind of write-up in more detail of why that, what the barriers there are so that we can take that back to town meeting and the town and have that
Sure, if that
discussion with the
Yeah,
community.
if that would be helpful for you, I will speak to the ownership team and we can probably provide something big picture on why it doesn't work as is.
Michael.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to sort of follow along in sort of different ways that I think many members of the select board, though I can only speak for myself, are interested in seeing something move forward here. But I want to ask the question about the opportunities and the pathways for friendly 40Bs. You've obviously worked on a number of projects here and gone through this and with a number of different results. And I'm wondering whether there is an opportunity for interactions with the neighborhood, getting answers from the planning board, and to the point that both Chaz and Paul referred to, using this opportunity, working with the neighborhood to develop some sort of comprehensive permit within 40Bs that that can meet neighborhood concerns, get select board support, and sort of all move forward together.
Sure. This team would absolutely be open to a so-called friendly 40B. Now, everybody might have a different definition of what that is, but to me, a friendly 40B is the town hits 10% or more next week, and we don't have the project eligibility letter yet. We would still wait for the project eligibility letter and hope to do a friendly 40B, and we would need to meet with the neighbors, and I always encourage clients to meet with the neighbors. I've done a dozen 40Bs in Brookline, and I can say that this ownership team, we had a project at 217 Kent Street, a 40B, and we worked a lot with the neighborhood before we even went to the zoning board. Our application was filed. The design was changed to the point where the town planning division actually got nervous that we had to refile for our eligibility letter. It had been changed with respect to design so much at that point, but the state said, no need to refile, go forward. And then the ZBA, we presented this new design. And of course, the ZBA also has its own design peer reviewer, and we worked through it. Look, there are 3 goals when you go for a 40B. You don't want an appeal. how do you not get an appeal? You try to work as much as possible with the neighbors.
Mhm.
Number two, you need to have a project that works economically and can be built. And nobody's going to build something and lose money before they even get a shovel in the ground.
Of course.
And then again, not to have an appeal. So yes, we're open to a friendly 40B, and meeting with the neighbors, absolutely.
Great. I would add my own hope that whether or not we are above the 10% SHI threshold, that the criteria that you laid out for a successful 40B, including not having an appeal, would allow us to have you working with the neighbors, or for you to reach out to the neighbors in either case. And I would hope that our planning department would be able to answer any questions as well. And of course, I and whatever other help that you would need from the select board, I would hope that we would be able to provide that as well in order to move the process along, regardless of where we are in the SHI level.
I always encourage discussions with neighbors, neighborhood meetings. So certainly we'll talk to the client about that. The other thing that might happen is that the zoning might change, and we might withdraw the 40B and say, wow, we can really build something nice here under the slight tweaks that we're looking for in the zoning. So who knows?
Right. All coming together. Thank you.
Yeah.
John.
Jennifer, thank you so much for the presentation. Also, thank you to the architect. Did I get that right? Architect or developer?
Architect.
Or both? I think there's a lot of things that people might not understand about the 40B process. And I know that I'm not entirely clear on it. And not to flatter you, but you know as much about this as just about anybody. So some scenarios here. Right now, this thing they call the window is open, right? That's why
Yes.
we're here tonight, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That triggers the select board deciding where they stand on whether the state should grant project eligibility to this project. Regardless of, what the select board decides tonight, the state process begins, right? And then what happens if before the state has come to a decision on project eligibility, the window closes? Does the state immediately cease to even consider this?
No.
No. Okay.
No, they continue, and they would assume they issue us the project eligibility letter. It doesn't stop the process at all, because that project eligibility letter could be used. This 10%, as you know, it fluctuates,
Right.
right? So a developer is sitting there holding on to that project
Right.
eligibility letter, and if it dips under 10%, they're going to run to town hall with their application.
Right. And how long can they wait out, the reopening of the window? If, for example, after the submission of the application, but before the granting of the project eligibility, the window closed, then the project eligibility is granted, but now the window is closed. How long do they have that and have the capability to sort of use it should the window open?
Yeah, so if the project stays the same and it's not substantially changed, and the criteria and the financing in other words, the eligibility remains the same, they have 3 years to use it, and they can ask for an extension.
And then, so now I'm sorry.
Can I
Yeah,
add in
somebody
here?
wanted to add something. That
Oh,
was,
Lynn, yeah, that's
I'm
Lynn's
so
suite.
sorry.
Yeah.
Hi, Lynn Sweet, LTS Consulting Group.
Lynn's
Sorry.
helping us with, she put together the Pell, so thank you, Lynn.
Yeah.
She's on vacation, believe
I
it or
am.
not.
But happy to be here. I really am excited about this project. So the Pell is usually on its face good for 2 years, but Mass Housing will renew it 1 year
One
at a
additional
time
year, yeah.
forever.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm sorry if I keep going here. I got a couple more questions.
Please.
So now let's say window's open, it's closed, it's open again, and now they're going to exercise their, project eligibility.
Yes.
Then does the local zoning board of appeals have a role to play in this?
Yes, if
Yeah.
if the town dipped back under 10% and we had the application ready to go and got it in on time, it would go to the zoning board and it would be considered a 40B
Yeah.
officially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the ZBA would review, but under the understanding of 40B, which is that this is a special permit not required. So what do they actually look at in their review that could be different or other than has been approved by the state? In the
Yeah,
Pell?
sure. So the zoning board will hire peer reviewers, and and the developer has to pay for that. And for sure, there would be a design reviewer, hired an architect, and then we have working group meetings with the design reviewer, and usually working on mass, scale, height, number of units. For sure, traffic consultants sometimes are hired, parking consultants are hired by the town. And so the zoning board looks at all of these issues, health and safety, weighing it against the local need for housing. Their hands are somewhat tied, and the zoning board, as you may know, because it's called a comprehensive permit,
Right,
they can add conditions.
right.
And they do, many of them, but they get feedback from all of the departments, but they make the ultimate decision under all of the local bylaws, whether it's the demolition delay bylaw, the inclusionary housing bylaw. The only thing that they are not allowed to waive, so to speak, or to decide on are state law issues.
And in your experience, sorry to put you sort of to the memory test here, but has there ever been a situation in which project eligibility was granted? The review was conducted by the Zoning Board of Appeals in Brookline, and the Zoning Board of Appeals at the end of the review rejected the comprehensive permit?
I've worked on, I counted as I was sitting here how many I've done. It's 12 in
Yeah.
Brookline, and none of them have been denied.
None of them have been denied. That's
No.
kind of my experience
Yeah,
too.
two
Yeah.
are under appeal now by abutters, 2 of the 12. And one was appealed by the developer for economic reasons. They had asked for a 6th story, and the zoning board only gave them a 5-story building. And that was appealed, and it was settled, and it now has 6 stories, although the 6th story is set far back.
Yeah.
So that's my experience.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Sure.
David?
Just a couple questions I have that I can anticipate coming from the neighborhood. So one of them would be around parking, that's just 15 spaces. How do you anticipate parking spots being assigned, or is there potential flexibility for adding more parking?
Well, normally, one of the conditions in all of the comprehensive permits is that the parking be unbundled. And in this particular area, it's in a transit overlay district. There's buses and trains, and we're going to have bike storage. So we don't anticipate that every person is going to need a car. And so it would be assigned on a first come, first served basis, is my understanding.
Another question I have is around the tree canopy. There's some concern about environmental mitigations. Can you talk at all about what plans, if any, there might be?
Yeah, I don't think we're that far along to talk about landscaping.
All right. And then also, this might be more a question for Kara. A component that I really like about this project, the units at 50% AMI. Kara, could you describe what our current affordable housing stock looks like in terms of 50% AMI versus other levels?
It's quite a mix with all the 40Bs that have been recently permitted. While the Housing Authority is certainly on the lower end, both the mixed income housing that we've seen through the 40Bs, which are either 50% or 80% AMI, and it's kind of in balance of that mixture. There's also a chunk of inclusionary zoning units that were built in the 80s and 90s, and those tend to be more in the 80% AMI. But there is a wide range.
I have another question. So there's been a project eligibility letter granted for the Hammond Heath development, right? Is that correct?
Oh, well, we're beyond that. Hammond and Heath was approved. They
Yeah,
have the
yeah.
comprehensive permit, and it
Yeah.
was appealed by an abutter.
Yeah, but the one necessary step was they did get their project eligibility.
Yes.
And that's a 6-story project.
Yes.
And then there's the 500 Harvard Street project, which is a 6-story project that got
The
project
developer
eligibility.
appealed that one, and it's now 6 stories.
Yeah, yeah. And they got project eligibility?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. The argument that I think people sometimes make, and I think it's a reasonable one, but I'm not sure whether it's reasonable in the eyes of the state, is, okay, so they granted, 500 Harvard Street. They've granted project eligibility to some of the other projects, 40Bs, that are now on Harvard Street, but that there is a limit to how many 40B projects are reasonable, for one street to sustain. Does that ever get taken into consideration in granting a project eligibility to a project? Like, well, we did 3 already, and I'm
No.
sorry, this is 1 too many.
No.
No, I didn't think so. Yeah. Okay.
No,
Especially,
the
especially when the
state,
town is under 10%.
Yeah.
Lynn Sweet has a comment.
yeah, and just for for those that aren't familiar with the Pell process, the state has to make 7 findings when they're reviewing the project eligibility letter, and one of them is that it fits in with the neighborhood, that it architecturally is complementary to the neighborhood, but there is no that it financially is viable, that the developer has experience, that the numbers make sense, and so on and so forth. But there is no finding that they have to make that there are too many other projects in this neighborhood.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, this is a public hearing, so why don't we open up the public hearing and see what the community has to say about this?
Yes, now that the chair has opened the public hearing, there were a couple of individuals who signed up in advance. So first up is Fran Perler, who I believe is online. Fran, I'm promoting you now. And you can start your video if you feel comfortable and have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Fran Perler, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I speak as a Precinct 8 town meeting member where this project is located, and on behalf of the many constituents who have contacted me. I myself live within 150 feet of 429 Harvard Street, and I know the area well. We are not against change or adding more affordable housing. We are against the massing of this building and its flouting our new Harvard Street form-based zoning. I urge rejection of this plan because of its massing. It's more than twice the height of the abutting residences. I urge rejection of this plan because there's no consideration of abutters. None of the abutters have been contacted. None of the neighborhood has been contacted. There's no effort to minimize the effects of this gigantic building. 2 abutting homes are occupied by families with young children. Setbacks are at the minimum or non-existent. There are no upper floor step backs. The roof deck's sight lines go far beyond the immediate abutters, eliminating many homeowners' right to a little privacy in a very congested area, especially for their kids playing in their backyards. Isn't that why we bought homes? I urge rejection of this plan because of congestion. 240Bs have been built on Harvard Street within 1 block of this lot, with another approved. How much congestion can one small section of Harvard Street absorb? Traffic and parking are major problems, especially in the surrounding residential areas. I urge rejection of this plan because of rodent and trash issues. This property has a history of rat nests. This owner was the only Harvard Street business that refused to cooperate with neighbors in our joint fight against rats. What will an apartment building bring? I urge rejection of this plan because of open space issues. A roof deck doesn't compensate for the absence of ground floor open space. After withdrawing their 2024 plan, they cut down all the trees, including 3 mature trees. Because this was done without construction, there was no preventing this destruction nor remediation required under the prior tree ordinance. One might assume these trees were cut down to avoid the new 2024 tree preservation law. I can go on and on explaining our objections to this project, but I'll stop here. Note that the surrounding neighbors are organizing at this moment, and we will do everything in our power to block this project unless it is scaled back to meet the Harvard Street form-based zonings. We are not asking
Thank you,
to
Fran.
block
That
in
concludes
full,
your time. The
just to
next
keep
speaker-
to the Harvard Street form.
Thank you, Fran. The next
Thank
speaker is
you.
Katha Seidman. Katha, you've been promoted. And you can begin your 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Seidman. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 2 and a board member of Brookline for Everyone, for whom I speak tonight. We urge the Select Board to support approval of the project eligibility letter, the PEL, application for 429 Harvard Street, because we believe the proposal clearly meets the three main statutory criteria for PEL approval. First is site suitability. 429 Harvard Street sits within easy walking distance of two separate branches of the Green Line, with frequent bus service, bicycle infrastructure, and easy pedestrian access to jobs, shops, schools, and healthcare. It is difficult to imagine a more appropriate location for new housing, including affordable units. Second, developer capability. Although we are less familiar with this developer than some others, the developer appears to be fully qualified, and we trust Mass Housing, which has the expertise to fairly evaluate this. Third, advancement of housing goals. While Brookline has made recent progress towards meeting the 10% safe harbor under 40B, our underlying affordability crisis remains acute. The urgent need for such a well-located 40-unit development with 8 deeply affordable homes continues, and Chapter 40B remains an essential tool for unlocking such housing. We would also like to respond to other concerns about feasibility and scale. Some have suggested the 40B sponsor should, instead of its 6-story proposal, design a by right 4-story project. But in the past 2 years, only 3 units of housing were reluctantly substituted for a larger daycare facility by a nonprofit daycare developer in response to neighborhood reactions. The reality is that although 6-story proposals like 429 Harvard may only be marginally feasible, they are far more viable than 4. We also want to respond to a claim that the proposed development would worsen urban heat island effects and remove mature trees in a climate vulnerable area. We agree that climate resilience and environmental justice are essential. However, we believe that concerns about renewing or maintaining tree canopy, open space, and site design can and should be addressed during the ZBA's permit process, but not during the PEL review. But as important, there is no evidence that replacing a 1-story bank and parking lot with a 6-story building would be more environmentally harmful than the 4-story alternative. In fact, taller buildings allow for more energy efficient construction per unit, especially when paired with fossil fuel-free systems. And increasing housing opportunities in walkable, transit-rich neighborhoods like this one reduces daily commutes from more car-dependent locations, a net win for our climate. Brookline for Everyone urges the Select Board to support 429 Harvard Street's PEL application and allow it to proceed to the next stage of review.
Thank you. That concludes your time. There are no other individuals who signed up in advance of the meeting for the public hearing, but if there are individuals online who wish to speak at this time, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature, or if in the room, please make your presence known. Oh, yep. Maybe let's start on the very end of the row, if you want to, or whoever wants to come first. And maybe just line up here by the podium.
Hi, thank you for having me speak. My name is Marilyn Rosenbaum. I live at 73 Coolidge Street, which is 2 houses down from 429. And I've lived there with my husband for 48 years. Last summer, we spoke against Oak Hill Properties' first proposal concerning 429 Harvard. If anything, we feel that this proposal is much worse. While only holding title to this property for a few years, the developers have shown themselves to be terrible neighbors. Last year, I complained to the town several times regarding graffiti painted on the sides of the current building. The town passed along this information to Oak Hill Properties, who have responsibility for removing it. It remained there for 9 months until the day before the hearing last summer when they sent a crew to clean it up. This year, Oak Hill Properties cut down 3 beautiful, mature 50-year-old trees just months before the town warrant article restricting such action went into effect. And 2 of these trees were right against abutters and would not have interfered with construction. Now, once again, they're attempting to build a massive 6-story building. Even though last year they agreed to work with the town and neighborhood to craft a project under the new zoning law, which would restrict it to 4 stories. 2 years ago, and I said this last year as well, we worked with Maria Morelli and the town to help support the Harvard Street plan that was part of the MBTA corridor. And the form-based zoning was something we supported. It was passed in 2023, and we strongly urge the town to continue to push this forward. Oak Hill has shown no interest in doing this. We acknowledge the great need for housing in our community, and we welcome and encourage Oak Hill to create properties that conform with current zoning guidelines. The things that this is doing, and I'll just say briefly, in addition to what Fran Perler said, the balconies on this new plan overlook our neighbors who have 2 young children at the Ridley School. They play soccer in their backyard all the time. This is terrible. Abutters behind them also have young children that are out all the time. And this rooftop deck and balconies would look right over that. It's horrible. And then there's that whole blank wall, which they did not show, that faces Fuller Street, which is horrendous. The design is terrible, and we really encourage you not to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Hi, good evening. My name's Kim Reichelt, and I own the property. Don't quite live there yet, waiting on my occupancy permit, at 87 Coolidge Street. And I'll be very brief. I wrote you a letter and I'm not gonna read it again, but I just wanted to highlight a few of the main points. When the developer withdrew their proposal about a year ago, this is what they said, and I quote in their letter to Mass Housing: "We strongly believe that this is an excellent location for mixed income housing development and retail. And our team looks forward to," and I'll emphasize this, "working with the town and neighborhood to craft a project under the new zoning." So it's been a year. I've checked my mail. I haven't gotten anything. No phone call, no coffee, no outreach of any sort to work with the neighbors. So what have they done? Well, there's the graffiti that Marilyn mentioned. There's the trees that they took down. There's the total absence of any effort to take care of rats. I don't know. I don't consider it being a good neighbor. They were going to work with us, and this is what we've gotten instead is essentially the same proposal. If it's supposed to look, like it fits in with the community, I don't know. I live on Coolidge. All those houses were built in, 1895 to 1905. They don't look like that. And they're not 6 stories high, and this in no way fits in the neighborhood. And no offense, but it's a pretty ugly building. That blank wall in particular is really bad. So anyway, that was most of what I wanted to say, and I appreciate your attention to all this. Thank you.
Thank you. If the next speaker can approach the podium.
Hi, my name is Christopher Maurer. I live at 83 Coolidge Street.
Sorry, can you move the mic up?
Sure.
Thank you.
I can bend over or move the mic up.
A little bit of both.
I live just down the street. I was struck by the architect's rendering, the beautiful color image of the building in which there are no surrounding wood structure houses. The building is shown in isolation, and to me, it symbolizes the totally, blatantly out of proportion nature of this building. It would tower over everything. I think it's a good point to say that the Harvard Street is already saturated with with 40B projects, that there must be some way to limit further 6-story construction. Everyone in the neighborhood would welcome a reasonably planned 4-story 40B. I'm also wondering, because we're making exceptions to the zoning that's already been done, and maybe the solution here would be to re-examine the zoning plan. If people are arguing that 4-story structures are unprofitable, I would also welcome more information about that, whether it's true or not. And maybe rather than making exceptions and poking holes in a zoning plan everyone agreed to, it would be time to re-examine the overall plan. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I will also, just in the time remaining, want to say how disgusted I was with the, talk about bad neighbors, the disappearance of those 3 or 4 beautiful locust trees that were on the site and that were preemptively cut down. I think that's, to me, it seemed disgusting. I think that was a sort of peremptory step taken by the developers, who, again, just not to harp on this, but there has not been any consultation that I know of, with not only no consultation, but the Oak Hill Properties has not appeared in these hearings except through you two, and I appreciate your input. But there's been flagrant disregard of the neighborhood, blatant disregard. So I don't agree that Oak Hill Properties is qualified, at least not in this way, to construct a 6-story building that towers over surrounding structures. Anyway, time that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Are there other speakers in the room who wish to speak on this item? Okay, anyone else online? Right, it looks like we have 10 people in the room, 19 online, and no one else is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, let's close the hearing then. Any discussion of the letter that we've prepared opposing this development? Carrie, you wanted to say something?
Just very quick timing, the comment letters are due after your next select board meeting. So you don't have to make a decision tonight if you don't want to. I'm just offering that. There is a draft letter in your packets that you've seen. It looks awfully similar to the comment letter from last year, except reflecting that the trees have been cut down, and an additional argument pointing out how open space is more than just landscaping to be thought of as an addendum. Open space, especially in Coolidge Corner, is part of the public infrastructure. And so the argument in the letter is talking about the square footage per population that we currently have, how that compares to a national benchmark. It's extremely far off from even the minimum of national standards, in addition to the couple hundred more homes that are becoming on top of it. And so that's the argument we're laying out to the state.
Like, David, I'm sorry.
Just procedurally, does the select board always have to definitively opine up or down on a 40B that's presented to us?
No, you
Yep.
don't. You don't have to comment at all if you don't want to.
You not want to comment?
No.
If
Well,
we have
I have
differences of opinion.
I just have mixed feelings on it. So I respect the concerns that were just articulated regarding the lack of open space. I respect the concerns about neighborhood inclusion. But by the same token, a year has gone by and essentially we haven't seen any construction, any permits whatsoever along Harvard Street other than the Dover Amendment project on Washington Street. And that is concerning. And I think that a vacant lot is frankly ideal for some kind of development. Given that we might be considering greater verticality in the near future, I'm not sure that we want to necessarily send the signal to the state that we are against this project entirely. And as this project would go through the ZBA process, there would be additional iterations that do take into consideration neighborhood input. So I'm not comfortable with an outright rejection for those reasons. But similarly, I'm not necessarily comfortable with a rubber stamp acceptance absent some of these steps that have been raised in public comment.
I think Michael had his hand up first.
Sure. At a minimum, I would propose deferring the decision of whether or not to vote on a letter, to give us a little more time to think about the things that David said, and also to give the developer and their team the opportunity to respond to and address some of the issues that have been raised by the neighborhoods, particularly the issue of neighborhood engagement. That's clearly a big concern, and regardless of the ultimate path of development taken for this site, I think that encouraging that engagement and coming to some balanced agreement, or at least the select board providing an opportunity for that balanced agreement, is a worthwhile emphasis for us to promote.
John?
I hear where David is coming from on this. It's a little bit of a conundrum as to what to do about a project eligibility letter that would trigger a development that we think the state is likely to approve. But on the other hand, we're looking for some way that we can find an alternative to what the state might approve that is actually also very good for adding housing and very good for adding affordable housing. And that would have been captured if the developer had chosen to take advantage of the form-based zoning that the town meeting approved, which I heard tonight. And I think this might be the most important thing that came out of tonight's discussion back and forth. And I appreciate that Jennifer opened the door for this discussion, that maybe there is a way that we can make changes to the form-based zoning at a 4-story height limit that would in fact solve a couple of problems that developers currently have that are getting in the way of their being able to pencil out developments at 4 stories. The state is going to say, this 6-story proposal pencils out. It's what the state wants to see happen. I don't think they're going to pay too much attention to our objections to the fact that it should be a form-based development zoning based on a development, designed according to our form-based zoning code. I don't think they're going to take that too seriously, but I hold out the slim hope that they might. And on that basis, I think, we should do what we can to say in its current form, we don't find this particular application acceptable for the various reasons we've cited in our past letter. But we do want to see housing developed at this site. We do want to see it significant. And we don't want usual, not in my backyard objections to get in the way of this. But we do want reasonable, and I've heard a lot of reasonable criticisms in tonight's discussion, to be honored by a developer. And the best way to honor them is to follow this form-based zoning that we have high hopes for. We just want to sort of, if we have to, change it a little bit and get maybe this developer to be the first developer to actually do a significant development under form-based zoning. And we'd love to sort of have a chance to pursue that. But if it's just going to be full steam ahead for, project eligibility to be granted, that's for the state to decide.
Paul.
Yep. Thank you. And I actually really appreciate the comments from John and Michael and David as well. So I have a couple of thoughts here. One is I'm a little disappointed, probably not surprised, but a little disappointed that the withdrawal of the last proposal had stated that there would be active community engagement to work with the neighborhood, and that didn't happen. I think that's really important that happened going forward. I don't know why it didn't happen, but I think that is building a little bit of distrust perhaps with the neighborhood. I'd hope that we could solve that. But I think there's an opportunity here. And I think we should still proceed with an objection through the Pell, but and perhaps signal that we want to move forward with a 40B, friendly 40B policy. This is something that we need because it may be difficult to completely change all the zoning on Harvard Street. That could take quite a bit of time. But this board could work with planning to start developing a friendly 40B policy that would enable the ZBA to understand, and the development community and the neighborhoods, what the parameters are for a friendly 40B, which would essentially be, massing and setbacks, but incentives that would assist in getting us more affordable housing, with an expectation that the project could pencil out. I would be reluctant to be inconsistent with us sending a denial of appel or a letter for the last Pell that came in. I think we probably need to be consistent. We've done a good job at working towards increasing affordable housing. We've been very productive with that. Kara lays out an excellent argument in the letter, but I do think that this should be an incentive for us and some encouragement to go develop a friendly 40B policy in the next several months. Anyway, that's my thoughts.
David?
I do see and I respect your remarks, Paul, but I do see a distinction between the Pell that we rejected with Chestnut Hill West and this project. The scopes are quite different. And City Realty in the Chestnut Hill West context, even they very bluntly stated that they don't really want their 40B to be the proposal that wins out, that they hope that they're able to reach some kind of mixed use solution. So I don't think that even they really wanted the 40B approach in that context.
But we did send, David, we did send one, sorry, just to interject, we did send, an objection letter on Hammond Street. So, I'm just suggesting we be consistent, and the underlying issue here is our policy around a gap in our policies, which is, I think, a friendly 40B would help solve that.
I do think a friendly 40B policy would be a good idea to pursue. I agree there. But I do think that each proposal is different, and we don't necessarily need to take the approach that because we rejected one, we have to reject all. I think that each proposal is fact specific. Some elements of this design that I do appreciate is that despite being a 40B, it still has first floor retail, which for the Harvard Street corridor is absolutely critical. I also like that the affordable housing's at the 50% AMI level. It seems that many of these are more at the 80%. So the 50% AMI opens up some additional opportunities for another economic class of people, which is important. But again, at the same time, the neighbors bring up very valid points. I would have also liked to see more neighborhood engagement over the last year. It seems like there would have been some opportunities to adjust the design a bit further. So that's why I'm in between here. I don't want us to be completely tuned out by the state by just rejecting everything rather than being a bit more nuanced in terms of the messages we send to them.
Michael.
Thank you. I wanted first to respond to John's comments about about using the zoning and making changes to the zoning in order to provide a platform for projects like this. I think we can actually walk and chew gum at the same time, so that we can both look at our zoning, gather information such as these developers have talked about giving us about what is economically viable and what isn't, to help us inform what level of zoning we would need to accommodate the housing demands that we feel are appropriate for the town as a whole. While we simultaneously can look at this particular case and work give the developers the opportunity to address neighborhood concerns and work with the neighbors, and the town to come up with a solution that works for all of the stakeholders. So that's one point. And I just want to second David's comment about how the policy, the Pell responses that come to us, that come for us to provide, do reflect different circumstances. And in particular, the City Realty case had a large factor of the town's desire to use that area for significant commercial development, which doesn't apply in this case. So that's an example of differences between different 40Bs as they come to us. I mean, 40B is a relatively broad tool, a relatively blunt tool for providing different pathways through zoning. And the bluntness of that tool, I think, requires some nuance on our part to tailor our responses to different proposals differently.
Okay, so where are we? I've heard three suggestions. Number one, don't do anything, don't opine. Or at least three suggestions that could be seen as this. No opinion?
Just another question for Kara, if I may.
Sure.
Can we send a statement that's not just a yes, no?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I think while I'm here, it would be helpful to receive any suggested edits from select board members and let me try to incorporate that over the next couple of
And
weeks.
we have until the next meeting, the 19th.
That's right.
To get those in. So people should, come up with their proposed approach and get it to Kara, and we'll be able to talk about it again on the 19th. The other two options are to oppose, which is, the current status of or current stance of the letter. And I guess I also heard a little bit of support for, the project from Michael mainly, and maybe a little bit from other select board members. So, let's pull those ideas together into some material sent to Kara so that we can come up with a position at our next meeting. Chaz has his hand up, right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say we can put together some candidate letters for you based on your feedback, but we do really need we need your help to kind of be the catalyst there. So we have a no letter. And again, if there's edits that you'd like us to make to that no letter, we would appreciate those. So that we can get a red line and markup to you in time for your next meeting to discuss. If there is a sort of neutral statement, we would appreciate that as well. And then if there's a statement in favor or a statement that, talks more about the friendly 40B process, again, the sooner we have that and can circulate it and can have that be the subject of discussion at your next meeting, the better, so that you can work from, you can have as much time as possible to work from those documents and then come back together as a group and formulate whatever your final message to the state is going to be.
And John, and let's make sure that you state concisely what generally you want to do, right? No opinion, support, deny, or some combination of the two. Okay, John?
I actually kind of like the idea of a letter that is more of a commentary than a yes, no. Because we can't escape the fact that the gist of the 40B process is the state has certain standards for when communities should have to allow development by right. And they wouldn't be taking this up as a project eligibility application unless they thought we're in that zone where, under the law, we are communities subject to their decision on a development. as to whether it's eligible for the type of housing, the level of housing, the density of housing that they consider necessary in our community. So we don't really have any grounds to say you shouldn't grant this, except to say this doesn't even meet your own standards for project eligibility,
Yeah. and
as
that-
far as I can see.
And the letter says that.
Yeah,
so-
yeah. But what we do have as a partner with the state in this, with a mutual interest in seeing housing developed, make clear as we can in our commentary why why there is a history of tackling this issue in Brookline that led to a consensus opinion in the town that was as clear as any consensus opinion gets, that what Brookline wants on Harvard Street is form-based 4-story development. And this isn't it. The state can decide whether they think, they will bow to our interest in having more time to perfect our, 4-story form-based zoning. But I don't think we can talk them out of granting project eligibility by simply saying, we don't want this. I think we have to offer them an alternative.
David?
So what I'm hearing is I think it sounds like at least 3 of us prefer the idea of not a well, I won't speak for you completely, Michael, but I think that 3 of us are saying we would like there to be a narrative about what we want to see happen as opposed to a binary yes, no.
Is that fair?
That would definitely be preferable to the letter that is currently on the table.
Mhm.
I'm not-
Mhm.
I'd have to think about whether that is ideal, but that's one of the reasons why.
Mhm.
But is that at least an approach? It sounds like you would prefer that approach to an outright yes, no.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Get your comments in, make clear, what you want to do, and we'll go from there. And in soon, so that we'll have time between now and the next meeting to really digest and come up with, have a discussion at the next meeting that will result in a final letter.
And I hope we take up Jennifer's suggestion that there are things that are worth discussing that could be done to our current form-based zoning that might get a better result in terms of developer interest. Yeah.
But that's a long-term.
Yeah, yeah.
Project. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
I guess one of the questions that I have in terms of the timing of this is that, I would be interested in hearing from the development team in terms of their responses to the neighborhood concerns and their capacity to engage with the neighborhood in the context of this Pell, because we could find ourselves in a situation where the concerns of the neighborhood simply within the timing of the Pell application are not necessarily addressable, which might lead to a different response, but that response might not be permanent based on activity after the Pell application goes through. I guess in particular, do you have any sense of the timing for neighborhood engagement relative to the Pell letter? Or would the Pell letter just sort of go as it is, your Pell application go as it is, and then neighborhood engagement and all the other things would follow?
I really think we need to first figure out if we have a project that we can file for. If it's not going to move forward with either a Pell or some changes to the zoning or a friendly 40B, then we're back to the drawing board. So
it sounds like we have a bit of a chicken and an egg problem.
yeah, I am going to encourage this ownership team to meet with the neighbors.
Okay.
But it would be premature until we get the Pell in hand. In other words, if the Pell is denied for any reason, then the project isn't moving forward. We're wasting everyone's time, including the neighbors.
So what I hear you saying is that you don't think that the Pell that you're applying for would be modified based on interaction with the neighbors or anything like that?
No, no, the
Because you
Pell-
wouldn't
the
have
Pell-
that interaction
no, we're-
until after the Pell.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's important.
Okay, let's move forward.
Yeah.
I assume there's no further discussion. I won't take any further discussion. That way. Okay, next, our social media policy. I think,
No, the alteration of premises for 30 Webster Street.
oh, you changed the sequence of items, okay. My notes are always behind, apparently, or frequently behind. Okay, alteration of premises, 30 Webster Street. Question of approving the application for an alteration of licensed premises for an in-holder all alcohol license for Wagner Restaurant Group. The alteration of premises is to add 600 square feet of patio area in front of the premises with seating for 20 people. Conditioned on the closure of the outdoor space by 10 p.m. as agreed upon by the applicant during the licensing hearing, which was held a couple weeks ago. And it's Jennifer DePazzo Gilbert again.
Yes, thank you. Jennifer DePazzo Gilbert here on behalf of Wagner Restaurant Group LLC. And with me this evening is Wagner Quintanilla, who runs the hotel, and also Ginny Friedman. The Iris Hotel opened for business in 2024. It has 119 guest rooms. It's dispersed amongst 7 floors. It's an extended stay hotel. It primarily caters to traveling business folks, also long-term patient treatment at the local Longwood Medical area. It has a food and beverage service. It has a restaurant that has greatly complimented the guests. And all in all, the hotel has been successful for an independent hotel. It brings in over $500,000 just in real estate taxes alone to the town. That does not include the meals and the room taxes. But to be competitive in this time, there must be some outdoor seating. It's really popular, and what we're asking for here is 5 tables. They're shielded by bushes. It's an outside patio area that has been there since before it was a hotel, when it was the nursing home. When it was leased to the Ridley School, when the Ridley School was being renovated. There's an outdoor patio there. And so the ask is to put 5 tables there to seat 20 people. Right now, there are 73 indoor seats for the restaurant. The capacity there is 119. So this would add 20 to the 73. This was part of the original application back in 2024, but the board suggested to open the hotel and open the indoor restaurant, see how things go, see if there's any issues. So we waited. There haven't been any issues. Things are running very smoothly under Wagner's expertise. And so we are here asking for 5 tables, 20 people outside.
Okay, Tiffany, do we have we have a picture of the site, which I
Yes,
think is very,
we had submitted the plan.
I have it
Oh,
on
thank
screen.
you, thank you. And then we had it signed and stamped by the architect, so it's
okay.
official. And you can see in the upper right-hand corner, the area there where the 5 tables are, 4 seats at each table. And that is screened by some bushes there.
Now, could you indicate where the adjacent condominium is located? I mean, it's.
Do you want to do that? The
It's
condos.
not fronting on that property.
No, it's not fronting on that property. It's down the street a bit.
I mean, maybe you don't have, there are other pictures in your materials that do show that.
Oh, I'd have to download those. Sorry. Chaz has his hand raised also.
If you, again, looking, Tiffany will pull up the other stuff, but if you go to basically on the left-hand side of that document is where the condo is. The garage is before there. One of the comments that we received from members of the public that we wanted to make sure that the hotel was in agreement with was that there would be complaints from that condo building about folks smoking at the garage entrance. And that given that outdoor seating sometimes leads to folks smoking outside, that we would just ask the hotel to be sure that anyone smoking be limited to the space out front or on the alleyway that abuts the Marriott, the courtyard, as opposed to where the condo building is.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Yeah. The other comment from the neighbors, which I'm not going to evaluate, was concern about noise from the patio area. It doesn't look like that would be a problem, but I think we're also asking for sound deadening measures to be taken.
Well,
so that there's no question regarding.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by sound deadening mitigation, but there are many restaurants in the area like Hamilton's and what's the one, Prairie Fire, that has outdoor seating, and I think even music. That we're not asking for music outside, so I don't know, Wagner, if you've thought of any sound mitigation.
If you can speak into the mic, thank you.
Hello, Wagner Quintanilla, General Manager for the Alice Hotel Boston at 30 Webster. The noise level that we expect from those tables, those 5 tables, will be conversational, will be about 60 to 80 decibels, which doesn't really call for any sort of sound barrier. If there's any suggestions, we're welcome, if that becomes an issue. Originally we had speakers on that area, and we're asked not to use the speakers, and we're not using those speakers. I guess music could somewhat, deafen conversation. But I don't see a need, and we could do a sound study. We could measure sound across the street and have some people sitting on those tables, having just a natural conversation. We're not gonna throw parties out there. We're not gonna have any events per se. We're just gonna serve food and drinks.
Yeah, and that sounds, that makes sense to me. I just want you to be sensitive to the fact that some of the neighbors think that that is a problem.
Absolutely.
If they're wrong, that's fine. But if there is any sound that they can hear that is causing a problem, I'd like to have your commitment that you'll address that.
Absolutely, and I'll be very open to see the suggestions on regards to any kind of sound protection that we can make. There's some bushes in there, some trees. The restaurant down the street, the Prairie Fire, they have seats outdoors, and I just drove by there today. I stopped and I didn't hear noise level that will be interfere with somebody's inside their apartment. But if there are any complaints, I can make, the hotel is open 24/7. There's always somebody on the phone. I can make myself available. In the event there's a noise complaint, we address it right away.
Prairie Fire doesn't have any houses around them. Right.
They have a
it's
parking lot
little
across the street so Prairie Fire faces Harvard. In the back of the restaurant, there's a parking lot.
Right.
And they have a few tables there, I believe 4 or 5 maybe. And there is that same building that goes down the street, so there's neighbors right there. From me, I just, really trying to have those spaces available so I can serve my guests, and people do ask, my guests do ask to eat and drink outside, and right now I'm not allowed to. I would like to see what can we do to provide that service without disturbing the neighborhood.
Okay.
And we're not, playing any music. That would be some extra level of noise. Would be just people talking.
Okay.
And we could measure that noise level and see what we can do to mitigate.
The main thing, of course, is the smoking, though, and you address that.
Yeah.
Any other questions on this?
Sorry, Chair Green, can I just comment real quick on the noise? I also want to note that at the licensing panel hearing, Tiffany Oliva, Assistant Town Administrator for Operations, I presided at this licensing panel hearing. We did note for Attorney Boudreau at the time and also for the applicant. Like they mentioned, their application doesn't include any temporary entertainment, outdoor music, but if they were later interested in doing that, they would have to come before the select board again with the temporary entertainment license application.
Right. Okay. John, I think?
Yeah, I have a question about smoking. You said something to the effect of we've dealt with that. What is the status of the smoking? Is that allowed on the
It's
patio?
gonna be well, Chaz, you want to mention, talk about?
Smoking is not allowed where food is served.
Right.
But it's,
Yeah.
you know, what we say to folks is, we've said this with Arcadia, who has a similar setup, right? They have a hotel that abuts a commercial street and a residential property. When we were looking at their license, we asked them to move the designated smoking area on the public way away from the residential buildings and towards the commercial part of the neighborhood, and they agreed to do that. So this is the same request. Can you please make sure that people are not smoking in the entryway of the garage, which is right underneath where the condo is? People are complaining about the smoke there.
Okay, but do we allow smoking on this patio?
No, it's not.
No. Okay. And so that'll be regulated the same way as
Yeah.
it's not allowed inside the restaurant. This is
Inside
sort
the
of
hotel or
this is
any
the-
public.
This is the patio part of the restaurant. It's not allowed there, right?
But
Okay.
the complaint was that smoking
Yeah, I
in the
got it.
garage area was.
Yeah. And we're not allowing music.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Uh-huh. Okay. And I actually walked by there today. The tables are already out. So I don't know whether that's just to kind of get ready, but it's a nice patio. I mean, I gotta say, I mean, it's actually, you can't tell it from the drawings, the design drawings, but it's elevated. And so there's kind of, a nice flow from, the entrance and the restaurant to the patio, but the patio itself, would have to be accessed by somebody sort of walking past it, walking towards the entrance of the hotel and then entering it that way. And it's not huge, 5 tables, 4 people per table. So I have heard that the neighbors would like to see there be a 9 PM outside limit to use of the patio. And I just wonder what the other board members think of that.
They've already compromised down to 10 PM. But Michael?
Yeah.
My hand's been up for a
And then-
while, Bernard. At some point,
I
you can look
see
up.
you.
Okay, I took it up, I put it down, I put it up.
I just wanted to follow up on this timing question. One of the questions that I read in the letter
Sorry, Michael, can you speak more into the mic?
Sorry, one of the questions that I read in the one of the public comment letters had to do with this 10 PM closing, and I just wanted clarification on what a 10 PM closing actually entails in terms of, when does service end, how long do people typically remain at the tables past that closing time, and how much work there's done after that point.
Sure. I'll let Wagner speak to that.
So right now, our liquor license goes, up to midnight, right? And that's
You
inside.
talk into the mic.
No, sir, sorry. Just listen to myself. Our liquor license goes until midnight inside, indoors, right?
Yeah.
By 11:30, we have room service. We close the restaurant by 11. And, 11:30, we were still catering for the room service. By midnight, there's nobody there. That's inside. That's right now. Outside, if granted, at 10 o'clock, we stop service at 9:30, food service. And then we let folks know that they can move in.
Right.
We have to close the patio. And that we can do that with signage as well.
Great.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Paul?
Yeah, Bernard, that was the issue I was going to raise is what I've heard is the shutdown time. And what we've done in St. Mary's for a number of restaurants is they have, I forget the exact time, but let's say it's 10 o'clock. They need to be cleared by 10 o'clock. Not starting to, one of the issues is if they start clearing at 10 o'clock, you're hearing the dishes clank and everything and the conversations. It would be better to have the outdoor cleared by 10 o'clock. So as he said, you stop serving at 9:30, you set an expectation that they're going to be out off the patio at 10. Maybe we can put that as an addendum to the license, Jazz, if it's not in there.
Usually what we say in these situations is if 15 minutes before the official closing, service needs to stop, tables need to be cleared, everything needs to be bussed and put away by the closing time. So that's not a problem for 10 o'clock. We can say, 9:45 service stops, everyone inside, patrons inside, tables bussed, everything away. So there's no clinking of glasses and so forth by 10 o'clock.
Yeah, but we've been offered 9:30 as the time when service ends.
Well, if we set a limitation on it has to be cleared by 10.
Yeah.
You know, I think they would use their own best judgment as to what that means in terms of telling people, I'm sorry, we can't serve you food.
Yeah,
blah,
okay,
blah, blah.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Why don't we open the public hearing now?
Yes, we had two individuals who signed up in advance. First is Bruce Levin. And Bruce provided the pictures that were at your place.
Bruce Levin. I live next door to the hotel. We have a petition which we've already filed, about 40 families who are strongly against it. I passed out some photos. The first one is Prairie Fire. Notice the difference? We were talking about New England poets, and there's one that said, "Good fences make good neighbors." And we have no problem with Prairie Fire. It's muted. They don't have to look at me. I don't have to look at them. Keeps everything nice and quiet. In my packet, you can also see the on Center Street, Hamilton's, and even Barcino to go down the street. Think that's a very nice frontage, and it is on a major street. The problem next is if you look at the hotel, there's nothing there. It's open. There are not there are a couple flowers. There are no bushes. You can see they cleared the trees out front, and it makes a lot of noise. And there's been no neighborhood engagement, by the way. On another picture, I show one of their vendors parking in the only handicapped part of this handicapped space. But what's more galling is the sandwich board that is clearly prohibited by Brookline zoning bylaws. I think it's 7.0. We're getting a lot of noise, and what's if you could see, it lights up at night like Disneyland, which taste is always questionable, but the tree up front is a town tree. And that they would go and waste the energy and do the visual pollution like that is very, very, very disturbing and certainly not necessary. It was besides no engagement in the thing, it's just catching a lot of noise, and I see absolutely nothing to mute it. Meanwhile, there has been incessant smoking, and they have made no effort to do anything about that. Also notice that there's no parking for the trucks. The space next door, they could have struck a deal with the Marriott, but for whatever reason, they didn't. So we have trucks causing the problem.
Thank you, Bruce. That concludes your time. The next speaker is Jonathan Davis. Jonathan, I actually wasn't 100% certain. I know you sent comments, but I didn't know if you wanted to speak at public comment for this hearing. Well, why don't you approach the podium first? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan Davis, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 17. I just have I wasn't expecting to make some comments, but I do want to say that the situation with the Iris outdoor seating area is, I think, quite different from something like the Hamilton, even something like the fire the fire, whatever it is down.
Prairie Fire.
Very far.
Thank you, Perry Fire. Thank you. Down at the end of Webster Street, because the apartments that look out on Webster Street are a very, very short number of steps from the seating area. And these are bedrooms that look out on the back at the Iris. And so any kind of sound or noise that comes at nighttime is going to be quite disturbing. Think of yourself as trying to get to sleep at 10 o'clock because you have to get to work in the morning. So I think I think that it's very important that if there's going to be a 10 p.m. closure, that it really be closed up. That I don't know how Wagner is going to persuade guests or customers that they got to leave and be out of the seating area, but I hope that he will be able to do that. The other thing really is that I think it would be helpful if you looked at the photographs, that there be some sort of sound baffling, or whether it's in terms of some sort of a fence, or whether it's in terms of some additional trees, anything to help in terms of keeping the noise down. Thank you.
Thank you. There were no other individuals who signed up in advance for this public hearing. If there's anyone online who wishes to speak, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature, or if in the room, please make your presence known. Okay, there are 4 individuals in the room, 15 online, and it looks like no one else is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, so any further questions? Otherwise, I'll move approval of the alteration of licensed premises. I don't see any.
Will it specify under the condition that there be no activity on the patio area at,
Right, at
10 p.m.?
that condition and the smoking condition that Chaz mentioned.
Yeah. If I may just quickly, I think it's important to emphasize for the owner and others too, a violation of prohibition on smoking would be just as serious if the smoking was on the patio as if the smoking was in the restaurant, right? I mean, we have to treat that as, really serious violation and would have consequences. So I would just recommend to the owner, I know there's going to be a temptation on the part of a lot of your customers to go outside to smoke. But it better say out there, smoking is absolutely prohibited, excuse me. And the restaurant could lose its license if people ignore the prohibition on smoking on this patio, something like that. I know you want to.
We've dealt with this a lot. We've also dealt with this in terms of vaping, right? People using vape pens or other, devices and saying, "Oh, it's not smoking." It is smoking under the law, and you can't do it. You can't even do it outside where people are eating. So we are serious about enforcing that.
Great.
Okay, then I move approval of the application for an alteration of licensed premises for the Wagner Restaurant Group, subject to the conditions with respect to smoking and to closing at 10 o'clock, or wrapping up all outdoor activity at 10 o'clock. Any adjustments to that motion? Okay.
Bernard, can I ask one question that I think that we haven't addressed yet, is the sound deadening or some way to abate maybe the sound carrying? Is there something we could add? Not asking them to put up a 20-foot fence, but is there some shrubbery or something in containers that could aid with that?
Just based on I'm sorry, I want to like.
Yeah,
No, that's okay. I'm curious to hear what you have to say.
I think generally what we ask of folks, right, is that they abide by the noise bylaw, and that in the event that there is a potential violation of that or there's disruption, that they work collaboratively to handle that. We don't, for example, require sound testing for some of these other restaurants that were mentioned, and so Can't
Yeah.
require it of them here, but what we can do is say, in the event that these issues arise, that we want to be proactive in addressing them. So we would just ask them to be proactive in doing it, as they have said. You know, if there needs to be a sound study, they should conduct a sound study, but we can't proactively say to them, because we don't
Yeah,
proactively say.
I'm not asking them to do a sound study. I just think it would be a gesture of good faith and neighborliness, I think, to the neighbors if they were to make some effort to put up some shrubberies or something in containers that would just aid and still, be attractive to the space. But that's my suggestion.
I think we have a commitment that they will respond to neighbors' complaints about sound. The way it's set up, it doesn't seem like that should be a problem, but they've committed to addressing any complaints that come up in whatever way is appropriate. I mean, if they fail to do that, I mean, we do have some tools in our toolbox to deal with it.
Mm. I'm sure we'll see some folks during the renewal of the license when it comes up next year.
Yeah. Okay, I put the motion on the table. All in favor, John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. Okay. No.
Bruce, I'm sorry, we can't do this. Thank you.
You, of course, can send your comments into the select board. Okay, is social media policy next?
Marijuana retail
Well, when is social media policy?
after marijuana.
Okay.
He
Oh,
really
I should look at the most recent
He
agenda.
really wants to get to that social media policy.
Okay. Okay, marijuana retail establishment license transfer. Who's going to talk about that?
Jonathan is online, and I think we also have several representatives. So Brianna Audette with Sanctuary is also online. And I see a lot of movement in the room.
Okay, okay, speak.
Thank you, Bernard.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Jonathan Simpson, First Assistant Town Council for the town of Brookline. I'll be very brief. We are here. One of our marijuana retailers in town, Sanctuary, has gotten its license transfer approved by the CCC and intends to transfer it to Diesel Cannabis LLC. So they're here to explain about that transfer, answer any of your questions. And at the end, we'll have a vote to, if you're so inclined, to approve the transfer and delegate to the town administrator the authority to sign an amended host community agreement, which will reflect the new party in all respects. There's no other substantive changes to the agreement other than swapping out Sanctuary for Diesel where appropriate, as well as some of the whereas clauses have changed to reflect the new situation that they're taking it over from a former license holder. I'll pass it off to Brianna now.
Hi, good evening. Brianna Audette. I work with Jeffrey Allen at Lawson and Whiteson. I'm here on behalf of Sanctuary tonight. I did just want to thank Jonathan Simpson. He worked very hard with us over the last week to quickly draft an updated host community agreement and get that executed and before you for consideration tonight. So thank you, Jonathan, for working with us quickly to get this before the board as quickly as possible. I do believe in the room we have David Julian, who is counsel for Diesel, as well as Mike and potentially Mike and Kim, who are the new owners. There may also be some Sanctuary folks online as well, but I would defer to David for any questions from the board, and I'm certainly happy to chime in as needed.
All right, thanks to Brianna. So members of the board, my name is David Julian. I'm an attorney at Vicente LLP on behalf of Diesel Cannabis, and joined here by Mike and Kim Laramie, who are the owners of Diesel, as well as Michael Kane, who will serve in a management type role. As Brianna and Jonathan mentioned, we have had approval from the Cannabis Control Commission on July 10th for this transfer. We've also worked through an amended host community agreement that has been signed by Diesel Cannabis. So happy to answer any questions that the board might have. So thank you very much.
Okay, any questions? John?
Does Diesel have other storefronts in the area?
No, this would be the first and only retailer or cannabis facility of any kind in Massachusetts.
How about
In Massachusetts, how about other states?
No other states.
So this is the very first for this particular. Oh, interesting.
Correct.
That's great. That's interesting.
I will say the owners have been involved in the cannabis industry for many years. They operate a HVAC mechanical engineering company that has worked on many different cannabis facilities in the Commonwealth, including dispensaries. So they have been involved in this industry for a while, but this will be their first cannabis facility that they will actually own and operate.
And what will be the street name of this operation? What will be visible from the street?
So the company name is Diesel Cannabis. I don't believe there's a DBA of any kinds at this time. So as of right now, the sign will say Diesel Cannabis.
Diesel sounds like a cannabis name.
I like it too.
It does kind of, but I hope the applicants and the attorney are aware that, Brookline has a way of not wanting its marijuana establishments to scream, marijuana establishment, get your pot here. New England Treatment Associates was our very first. Sanctuary was our second. Neither of those names says anything about cannabis. And I know it sort of puts an imposition on the business to not be very upfront about, the business, but we do want it to be done in a way that people who have a lot of concerns about teens, have a lot of concerns about people, getting unfortunately into medical situations that stem from cannabis use, will tolerate, having open sales of cannabis in the community. And one of the ways you can do that is just through your branding and through your street presence, so.
Absolutely.
Don't our regulations govern signage and related things to
They do.
address the issues that you're concerned with?
Well, they very much do, but we don't yet know what this storefront is going to say is the product being sold in this store, and how they're going to make that
They're gonna
apparent.
have to follow our laws.
Yeah.
Our regulations, I'm sorry. Paul, you had your hand up.
Yep. Thank you, Bernard. I wanted to ask the principals who don't have any existing operations, have they ever applied for either under Diesel or as individuals for a license in the past with another municipality?
Yes, so not through the state, but there have been some application processes in other municipalities that they have attempted to apply for, highly competitive processes, and we're not ultimately selected, but this company has been trying to operate a cannabis dispensary for a while.
How many have they applied for?
Just one.
There's only been one other application. Is there any experience with grow? For some reason, I thought that Diesel was involved in grow facilities, or what's been their relationship there?
So the owners of the company have a mechanical engineering company that works on a lot of the HVAC systems for cultivation facilities around the state. So for the past, I think, 7 years, you've been working, helping to set up these facilities, but they have not operated and don't have their own grow facility.
Okay, so I guess my question for the operators, and I appreciate that you're speaking on their behalf, but maybe they could come up and answer. As operators have no experience running a retail cannabis operation, how are they going to pull this off? Really curious. We've had this particular location has had some issues in the past. I'm really curious about diversion and things of that nature. What, maybe just address that. How are you going to run it if have you never run one before?
Hello, my name is Michael Kane. And if everything goes well, I will
Could you
manage this,
speak-
okay?
Speak into the mic.
How about if I raise it up?
Yeah.
Is that any better?
Yeah.
So everything goes well, I will manage this facility, and you ask about what experience level somebody has. So we'll get away from the cannabis part just for a second. For 34 years, I managed supply houses, retail outlets that had some, actually I had one right here in Alston, Supply New England, pretty close to here. I operated all 16 of their stores. And in that industry, we also have compliance things. There are products that can only be sold to licensed mechanics. You have to prove out that they have the qualifications to take that product away. I know it's not the same restrictions that you'll find in the cannabis world, but as Dave mentioned, I was on the other side of Michael's business. I supplied product to these facilities, these grow facilities, and everything that comes in, there's a tremendous amount of regulation that goes through just getting the products to him installing them. And we made an awful lot of friends in the process over the last 7 years and have been very involved with them, socialized with them, and listened to all of the things that they go through. We've lived the life. So even though we've never operated one, I would say half of our year has been spent inside of facilities. And if we go to work on equipment inside a facility, we have to go through all the procedures. We have to know where we can step, where we can't step, what we can step on, what we can touch, what we can't touch. So we've lived in this environment for a long time.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm really understanding. So you're the manager of record?
Well, there's a current manager.
Potentially.
There's a manager in place there, and she will remain in place there. She does a great job. She's been in the industry for a long time.
Okay.
But I will be on site all the time, and I hope to bring my experience in training managers over the last 34 years to bring that store to a level that we need to get it to. So I'll be on site an awful lot. So I think it's the proper term would be an alt manager. Am I saying that correctly?
So you've overseen and run a retail cannabis store?
No, never said that, sir.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to understand. So you're not.
Nope,
so
just
you,
no,
You talked
so-
about 34 years of experience.
Of
So what
experience.
industry was that?
So that was plumbing supply houses and HVAC supply houses. And like I had mentioned, I had one right here in Alston when it was plumbing supply houses, Supply New England, that I ran. And I have full understanding on how to run those operations. Everything else is
those
regulation.
operations were used in cannabis facilities, right, which require extensive
Ventilation?
ventilation and other things, right?
Well, absolutely. I provided those products. I am very familiar, very skilled, and very experienced in running retail operations. The fact that cannabis is being introduced to that is just another thing that I had to learn. Just like when I sold products that were excluded products to homeowners, when I sold anything that was CSST, anything that was underground gas works, that could only be sold to certain contractors. There were guidelines on how I handled all that. And I've read through a lot of the procedures put forth by the CCC, and I have a great understanding of how the operations work.
Hey, can I ask a question of Jonathan? This transfer has been approved by the Cannabis Control Commission. Do they go through a evaluation of the ability of the company here to adequately run a cannabis store or cannabis facility?
There is no, licensing exam or anything like that. They do the standard due diligence with respect to the feasibility of the project, making sure that there's been no, collusion in obtaining the license, that all of their, they have sufficient insurance, things like that. But no, that's in some ways by design. This is of course an industry where there is a definite push to get people into it who may not have a long-standing background in cannabis retail. So no, there is no, there is no, at the state level, that I'm aware of, any requirement that you have operated, experience operating a retail establishment before. No.
Just for the record, there is an interview process that we underwent, and, you know, I provided a resume to the CCC, and we had, it's over a Zoom call, but there is an interview process where they went through all of our qualifications, past and present, and why we think we'll be able to do this, and who we'll lean on for resources to make sure that we stay in compliance.
Any further questions, Michael?
Well,
Before I ask my
no,
question.
please go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to understand from the outside what this transfer will look like. So for example, will there be changes in the product mix? Will there be changes in the hours of operation from the current ownership? So how will this change impact the community?
Well, let's start with the hours of operation. The hours of operation are dictated by the township, and we follow the guidelines. I think we actually bail 15 minutes early just to stay under the guidelines. There will be no operational changes. The last thing that we're going to do as new owners is to go into and upset an apple cart. The people that work there, they understand what they do their job well, and we're going to follow their leads in certain ways. As far as product mix, that is how we're hoping to get the additional business that business requires. Right now, all they provide are sanctuary products. So products grown and manufactured by Sanctuary. We have extended an offer to Sanctuary. We work very closely with them to give them a dedicated amount of shelf space. We're going to give them 40% of our shelf space. Now, when I interview the employees there are holes in the inventory that people in this area have been asking about, and we lose customers to Netter and other dispensaries around here, and a lot of those are more CBD and what they call 3-compound edibles. There are a lot of people who don't just want to buy flower. They're not going in there because they just want to get high. I'm going to stick this in a pipe and go to another world. They want to sleep. They want to get rid of anxiety. They want things that are one-to-ones, THC to CBD. And Sanctuary just doesn't have a very good offering for them in their recreational. In their medical outfits that they have in other areas, they do, but just not here. And as far as product mix goes, that is the biggest changes that are going to happen.
And are you retaining the staff from the previous establishment then?
Yes, and doing everything in my power to make them fall in love with me. Because they're very, very intelligent people there, and yeah, they very, very much worth keeping.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? John?
Don't we have to know the DBA if we're going to approve this?
I thought you said that they're going to use the name Diesel
So, all right, so
without a
Yes.
DBA. Yeah.
well, I wonder if it's diesel or diesel cannabis.
Oh,
The company name is Diesel Cannabis.
Have we, I know this
well,
might-
that's
this might
what's on
sound
our-
very, very, limiting to people, but I don't think we've allowed other operators to have cannabis in their DBA, right?
Jonathan?
I haven't, we have ComAv Canna. It's which is, I guess, a shortened version of cannabis.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of any, we don't have any current operators in any of the categories that actually have cannabis in their names. But it is not precluded by the regulations, and we refer to those when it comes to what they can and can't do with their signage.
Right, there's no slang allowed. We can't call it the weed joint or anything like that. I mean, that's
Yeah.
clearly outlined. Cannabis has never been restricted anywhere. Of course, obviously, we would do whatever we have to do to stay in compliance with the town, but we've looked through that, and we're not embarrassed about what we're going to do. We're not embarrassed of our services and the help that it's caused people. And Diesel Cannabis is the name of the store. If by any chance there was something that kept us from doing that in the bylaws, of course we would follow that through.
Where does Diesel come from? Is that someone's?
Oh, so that's a great thing. That's a great thing. Michael and Kim, don't do this, Michael. He's gonna get very sad. they lost a pet that was very, very near and dear to them. It's a Doberman Pinscher named Diesel, and it's Deezle. So it's not the diesel, like sour diesel cannabis. And since Michael lost his favorite dog, the name has just never lost his head. There's not a day that goes by he doesn't think about her. And this is in honor of a beautiful Doberman Pinscher. Thank you for asking.
Okay. Maybe that will be the logo, right?
Well, and it's funny because we tried to come up with logos and then we said, people think we're nuts. I got a Doberman Pinscher named Diesel, and I don't know if people are going to come in our store if we have that. So,
Anyway, okay, any other questions?
But the Diesel in your name is spelled D-I-E-S-E.
no, sir.
right? Okay, so it's
E-
going to be spelled just as you did. spell it.
Yes.
Yeah, oh.
That's how she was spelled. That's how he's.
Oh,
That's how this is
okay,
be spelled.
okay.
Forever memorial.
I'm not sure whose responsibility it is to resolve this, but I do think we're gonna have to resolve what is allowable as a storefront name, DBA name, given what the imposition we have put on other operators.
Mhm.
We've told them they cannot show a leaf, you know.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I think Jonathan said that there's no prohibition on using the word cannabis.
Correct.
Is
And the
is that
leaves, as long
correct,
as it's
Jonathan?
not 5 leaves is.
Well, he
Which
said
we're
we allowed Commonwealth Canna to get away with canna, but we don't have any operators who have cannabis.
But, and we don't have any prohibition, I guess is what I heard Jonathan say.
And you've also got to recognize that the change in the law since you were much more stringent about what businesses could and couldn't be called is, I would say it's a sea change, right? State has really stepped in and said localities can't impose these sort of artificial restrictions on cannabis businesses.
Oh,
So-
okay. Well, that's important information. Thanks. Okay.
Yeah, and Mike, I apologize if the manager speaking is correct that you are prohibited from using sort of colloquialisms in your name, but just using the word cannabis is not prohibited.
Okay. Okay.
But I actually did have a quick question for the operator, and I apologize I didn't clear this up ahead of time. The sanctuary storefront has a large street-facing glass area, that isn't used by the retailer. It had been a
gallery.
Gallery for some time, but that has since ceased. Are there any plans for that area?
Oh my God, yes, there are. Every single student that does anything with art or music is going to hear from Michael Caine. I really, really want to show off the people in this community by opening those curtains. It kills me. It's empty in there, and there are a lot of people very excited to show off their artwork and things in there, and that's exactly what's going to happen in the front.
Good.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
A little bit of that was done with Sanctuary, and it was really a great opportunity to showcase local businesses.
And there are employees who spearheaded it that are still there. And that's what I talked to them about. And they're so excited. They're like, so you're going to let us do it again? And unfortunately, like Sanctuary did a wonderful job, but they're absent owners. There's a difference. I'm there. I'm going to be there every single day. So these things won't fall to the wayside. This is all I got.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah,
Nope.
Bernard, I do have one
I'm
more.
sorry, I didn't see your hand.
No, because I didn't raise it. I just shouted. Sorry. I'm really, I am a little concerned that there's no experience here at all. And maybe I'm just odd man out on this. We've had issues with diversion, and I don't want us to be starry-eyed with, oh, there's someone here who wants to take it over. Can you talk a little bit about your procedures and your experience with, protecting youth? You've heard, I think John raised the issue with having cannabis in the name. That's because, we're very concerned. We have a large population of young people in town. There's been problems at the high school. We've had a lot of issues with cannabis and kids. Can you speak to your plans, your policies, how you're going to handle this?
Well, there's no policies that I'm going to invent as the operator of this storefront. I'm going to follow the policies and procedures that are in place. I'm going to not do things that encourage the intention of children, which is why they say you can't have funny pictures in your logo. You can't have funny names that would encourage that. It's why they don't allow you to have flavored cigarettes in this state, so to speak. And I understand that. As far as as far as what I would do different, I'm not going to do anything different. I've always protected the people around me in every single one of my storefronts. And I know that and I know that it's not cannabis. I'm selling other types of products, but you have to remember, I have all kinds of people around me in all of these locations. When I had my shrooms, I have small kids running around with parents, and I ran rough and tumble plumbing supply houses, and I had to keep people who maybe didn't check on every single thing that came out of their mouth and keep them from offending these young children and that in my showrooms. And
Okay.
I have
I
children
really-
and
I
I have
really-
grandchildren. I have 6
Yeah,
grandchildren.
okay,
have 6
I
granddaughters.
think the question that maybe is being asked
Mhm.
is the experience of the existing staff at the store that that you've committed to keeping in addressing these issues. So maybe you should talk about that. You know, who they are, years of experience, and
So I actually can't tell you exactly what all of the years of experience are to the T. I can tell you that the acting general manager there, Lauren, she's been in the industry for 5 years, I think 3.5 with Sanctuary. There's a gentleman, Alex Pappas there. Alex has been there for 3 years, but in the industry for 6 years.
So how about the personnel who deal with security issues, for example? And
So I had a misunderstanding too about security. I thought security was a separately certified and position. It's not. When you get your registered card, the cannabis card, you do all different roles. So they rotate so people don't get stale. So that you do a good job at security. You're a bud tender, and then you'll roll into that. Or else, if you sit at security just for 12 hours every single day, eventually you're not following procedure. Now, there are a lot of safeguards right in place with that position. You can't let somebody in the door. The door doesn't even open unless the license or passport is recognized by their ID reader. Every single person obviously has to be licensed and certified. They have their badge in order to work there. And like I say, I don't have any intention on bringing anybody in until all of this goes through and I'm on site. There won't be new people, only experienced people. Sanctuary is actually committed. They've been with us through this whole process, but to back us up any way we can. I have a number of resources. I have acquaintances who have been very, very active in the Cannabis Commission. I don't know, most recently, Sean Collins and I have been talking to try to just see my way through this process. And he was the acting director of the CCC, actually for 6 years. And his consulting service, Homegrown Services, provides resources for education in cannabis if there's any gaps in my education. I have other people in the industry who also have offered their services, but I am an educated person in every industry I've ever been in, which for 34 years was just one, and I will be equally informed in this before I take the helm. I'm very willing to take any test anybody wants to
Okay.
give me on day one.
Okay. I want you to commit to keeping those people who are there and know the business and know how to run it.
Absolutely.
Because that's the
So
only
Bernard,
assurance we have.
one of the things I just want to say about this, because I'm really uncomfortable with this, how this is going. This is handing over a critical operation that has a product that needs to be managed well. You need to be very in tune with policies and procedures and how to prevent diversion, the security issues. It's not just rotating someone to do a buds job or a counter job. It's how do you deal with being aware of what's happening outside the building as well. This
Can
is
you tell me what you mean by that? What's happening outside the
right
building?
Right now, I'm talking to the chair of the select board. I'm not talking to you.
Sorry.
So, Bernard, we should deliberate on this. I'm concerned that this isn't plumbing supplies, right? This is not a plumbing supply store. I don't feel that, and I'm just going to say it, I don't think these folks are qualified to run this operation. You know, are they gonna be able to retain the people? If they can't retain the people, how do they even know who to hire because they don't have any experience? I think this is a mistake. That's my view. I cannot support this transfer.
Okay. What do other select board members think?
Well, I'm not aware that, that we can ask for more than what we've already been shown, that they met the requirements of the Cannabis Control Commission to be operators in Massachusetts. And,
They're still subject to our bylaws.
They have to meet
they're
our requirements.
subject to our bylaws. I'm going to assume, Jonathan Simpson, correct me if I'm wrong, there has been no impediment offered in terms of the standard checking that goes on for people's, backgrounds and so on, and any records that exist, that might draw concern from local police. Is that a safe assumption?
I'm not aware of anything of that nature, John, no.
Yeah, but that, has it gone through that kind of a review? Where the police chief says, we've checked into this and checks the box. Yeah,
They- There's a law enforcement review is at the state level.
Okay,
We don't generally
okay.
do it for.
Okay.
Okay. Any other thoughts, Mike?
I'm sort of where John is, and I'm not sure, and I'm literally not sure whether it's I take Paul's concerns seriously about, diversion, and I am reassured by the fact that the staff is being retained. And I'm also reassured by the resources that the new operator seems to have in place to bring them to success in this endeavor. I'm not sure if it is our role to ensure the viability of the business. Like, I don't know if you're going to be successful, because, some businesses succeed, some businesses fail. But in terms of making sure that the host agreement is in place, understanding the changes and the changes of the operation that might affect the community, and that it's gone through the state processes. And it will continue to follow all of our local bylaws. I mean, as you say, I'm not sure what else we should be using as criteria.
We can also, because it's a new owner and no reflection on this particular ownership, but we can ask local police, since there has been, a transfer of ownership, that just as at the very beginning of the introduction of cannabis to Brookline, there was vigilance, they were keeping a close eye on whether teenagers were going in and out of, establishments. They were following up. If there was a report of, someone who looked like an underage person handing off, a product after walking out of the store, that was immediately dealt with. And there was, a lot of trouble came down on Sanctuary over one incident. And it'll happen to you too, if there are incidents of that nature. I mean, the big ones we worry about are sales of illegal product, or sales to people who are not legal to be customers. And either of those could get you into huge trouble in Brookline. I wish you well. And I don't want you to think, that we're, other than well-intentioned, and
Why wouldn't you be
want you to
concerned about
want you to
your
succeed.
safety? I'm okay with that.
But, we just want you to know that, Brookline is pretty tight when it comes to, we want our businesses to obey the rules. And I think you've heard that message tonight.
I have, and I just
it-
want to say really quickly, as far as incidents like that happen, I go there very early in the morning and I look in that back parking lot. And the first thing obviously we're doing is taking down all of those overgrown weeds and everything else. Cause I said, if it looks like that, bad things can happen there.
Yeah.
If it's wide open and the sun hits it, you're just a lot less likely to have that bad
Yeah,
activity.
Good.
Okay, David, do you have any thoughts?
Yes, I agree with what John and Michael have stated. And it appears that they've already met state requirements, have already gone through the state background check procedures. And I am reassured that they're going to be retaining the current staff that is experienced.
Okay.
So I'm inclined to support this.
Okay, and I'm inclined to support them too, or this too, because they, like every other cannabis business, has to comply with our regulations and the host community agreement, which are very, specific in terms of what's required, with everything from, how they sell to the security they're required. And if they fail to comply in any area, we have the tools to deal with them, up to and including taking away the license. I believe I'm correct on that, Chaz, right? Or Jonathan, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I would like to therefore move approval of two things. First, the request to transfer the adult use marijuana retail license and existing host community agreement from Sanctuary Medicinals to Diesel Cannabis LLC. Actually, those are the two things that we're approving here. The request to transfer both the license and transfer the host community agreement.
And authorizing the town administrator, what was that, the authorizing the town administrator to sign the
Right,
agreement?
okay, so three things. Authorizing the town administrator to sign the appropriate documents. On any questions about that motion?
No.
All in favor, John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
No.
Okay, David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Welcome to Brookline.
Okay. Okay, what is next? Now the social media policy. I'm reading the correct agenda.
Great.
Oh, pardon me?
You have Christina online.
Okay, hi, Christina.
Hello, good evening. Christina Metcalf, Communications Officer for the town.
Sorry to
Today-
keep you here till 11:10.
Mm.
No.
And we're used to being here till 11:10 and later. But let's
Not
see
a
if we can get this done by the same day we started.
Sounds good. Sounds good. What you have in front of you is the question of the approving the social media policy. This has gone under 2 revisions, and I've appreciated all the notes and comments that we've gotten from the previous meetings. All the suggestions that should have been integrated into the policy part have been, and anything that was more strategy related and part of the discussions will be part of the social media strategy and integrated into the social media action plan. That is not part of the policy, but will support the actions that the policy will provide. So doing a social media audit and getting all the information from all the accounts and doing an account inventory and all of that. So I'm happy to answer any further questions if you have any.
Any questions from the select board? No? Okay, I move approval of the social media policy. All in favor? John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Paul, you still with
It
us?
looks like he said aye.
Okay.
Out of his
Yeah,
mouth.
sorry, I was muted. Aye.
Okay.
Sorry.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, final item on our agenda, Real Property Asset Board. Question of appointing a slate of members to the Real Property Asset Board as follows: David Perlman, Chair, Carla Benka, David Pollock, Tom Rinks, George Cole, Minnie Coluri, and Brian Hochsleiter. I take it select board members know all these people in the back? No?
I do not.
Okay, so who can help us out here?
May I first raise an issue?
Sure.
Which I did raise.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I hope fellow select board members had a chance to read something I sent around, which was a consequence of the fact that the process leading up to the item that's on our agenda right now started in March. And it started at a workshop that we had in March that went on for many hours. And it was at the end of the workshop, or near the end of the workshop, after several hours of taking care of business, that we were introduced to this question of some kind of asset board. And there was language for a charge presented to us and sort of a concept as to how the membership of the board would be structured. And immediately the discussion focused on a detail of the membership of the board having to do with there shall be a former select board member on the board. And we tossed that around for a long time as to why was that put into as a requirement of membership. Ended up after about a half an hour of discussion, deciding that, it won't be necessarily a select board member. It'll be a community member with certain, skill set, or, for example, a former select board member. Not to go into all this tedious detail, my point is that was the only discussion we had. And then at some point, somebody said, what are we going to do? Are we supposed to vote on this tonight? And very quickly, there was kind of a rush to agreement. Well, yeah, it said we could vote on it tonight. Let's vote on it. There was no discussion of the charge. And when it finally came back to us, this is months later, on tonight's agenda, it immediately provoked questions in my mind. And I freely admit I should have had these questions when I first saw it. I didn't, nor did anybody else. Nobody asked any questions about the charge. And I do think we have to have a discussion of the charge and just get comfortable with what we think the point of having this board is, and get comfortable with questions that I raised in my email to you that was shared with you. Having to do with whether this overlaps with other boards that already exist, whether its existence will create confusion as to, excuse me, who has the say-so, between the select board, the HAB, the Economic Development Advisory Board, the Housing Advisory Board, as to the disposition of properties in Brookline or the acquisition of properties by Brookline. And those are two things that only the select board can authorize. And yet by the creation of this board, we seem to be, walking down a path that could create a lot of confusion in the world outside town hall as to if a developer sees a property that they think the town might want to partner with them in making it available for development, either through rezoning or through an eminent domain proceeding that would end up taking it out of the hands of a nonprofit and put it into the hands of a profit-making developer. Who do they talk to about that? Do they go to this asset board? Are we suddenly sort of saying they're the decision makers in the town as to acquisition of assets, disposition of assets? Because that really isn't that authority belongs only to the select board. And I would like to have a discussion among the members of the board on that issue and other issues before we go ahead and appoint the members.
Okay. I see this as similar to the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee in that, they help us out, but they don't make any decisions. The decisions come back to us by state law, really, in terms of, property acquisition or dispositions. So I don't see that as a real problem. Maybe we need to clarify that the obvious is the case.
Uh-huh.
I just don't see that as a major issue. Chaz, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I think John raises some really important points, and it's good to clarify this. Which is the purpose of this board is to ensure that when opportunities arise, you are not in a constantly reactive posture, that you have experts available to you who can provide you with policies and guidance and all of the things that you may need in order to make an informed decision. But the decision still rests with the select board. There's no question about that. The purpose of this board is to give you the opportunity to have experts develop a policy for you regarding the disposition of property, the potential disposition of property, the potential acquisition of property, so that when opportunities arise, people aren't scrambling. This really was developed in response to two separate incidents. One was the rental of the houses in Lars Anderson Park, and the other was the potential sale of the Clark Road property that Maimonides owned. Um, in both of those cases, the town was encouraged to do something, right? To make a big proactive stand. But the moment was already upon you, right? There was already, a sale pending, a potential sale out there, a potential offer out there. There was already rental agreements pending. And the feedback that we got from the board and from the community was, we should really have policies in place so that when these things happen, we know who to go to, we know who to ask for assistance, and we know who is ultimately, making recommendations to the select board so that you don't have the HAB and EDAB and every other committee under the sun claiming jurisdiction over real property when it is your responsibility. And you can have one dedicated policy making body, policy recommending, not making body, do this work for you on a quarterly basis when there is no potential acquisition pending, so that in a period of blue skies, everyone knows what the deal will be when an event arises. And then when an event arises, you have a dedicated group of people who is actually going to do this work to then present an option to you. But again, you still have the ultimate authority here. There's no question about that. This is just about centralizing and ensuring that you can be proactive rather than reactive when these things arise.
Well,
Yep. Thanks, Chaz. That is helpful. And I want to thank John actually for raising this. I do think sometimes, especially late in the evenings, we deal with some important things, and sometimes they get expedited to help us get home and sleep, as it's like 11:20 right now. But I want to use some examples, Chaz, to help me understand the ramifications for this, because John kind of caught my attention when he said, "Are we giving away? Is the select board handing this to somebody else?" I don't think they are, but let's use 16 William Street as an example, right? Perfect example. How would this board have gotten involved in that decision or that recommendation to us?
So that board would have known, ideally, that we had this right of first refusal and would have promulgated policy, would have made recommendations to you about policies for how to handle these rights of first refusal that we have. Right now, I don't know if the board has a comprehensive inventory of all the rights of first refusal that you have, or what you might do in those circumstances. So they would be able to, in advance of something like this arising, develop policies for your consideration. And then when the time came, I'd be able to advise you on the best path forward in terms of implementing it.
Okay, so let's say that we did this, 4 months ago, 5 months ago, and this board was in place, but it hadn't gone through the inventorying of all rights of first refusal. Would they have somehow been involved in this between us and what was going on? And would that added a level of bureaucracy, unnecessary bureaucracy, maybe helpful long-term, but that's my question. So that would be an example. I know it's hard to know the answer to that. But let's take Stop and Shop. Stop and Shop is a major parcel. There's a lot of interest in that. We've carved it out from the Harvard Street rezoning because we know it's a special place. There's great opportunity there. How would this committee get involved in that?
So I think that's a great example of how to be proactive, because it's not just Stop and Shop on Harvard Street, right? It's TJ
I know
Maxx
this,
as well.
yeah, I'm
Right.
just using Stop and Shop as an example so we can talk concrete about specifics.
Right. What I think in an ideal world, this committee would do is look at large parcels along Harvard Street or in other commercial areas and make recommendations about what generally, what generally the community would like to see on this, and bring them to you before there was a proposal coming out there, before the owners of Stop and Shop sold, and all of a sudden there was this panic because, well, are they going to put a 40B out, or what are they going to do? So that when that ultimately happens, when someone makes a decision to sell or redevelop, you're better prepared for that. But again, the decision rests with you. It doesn't rest with this board or committee. They're trying to be proactive in giving you those options.
Okay,
yeah.
sorry, Bernard, go ahead.
Well, sorry, piggybacking on your question, how would this committee have, or what would this committee have done with respect to 16 William Street if it was up and running when that issue came before us?
I think Paul raises a good point. If you had staffed this committee 4 months ago, it would be too soon. And it would not be appropriate for them to step in when they don't have the policy in place. And again, this is an area where, because there was the potential of affordable housing trust money coming in, the HAB had a role to play. So it would have unfolded the same way that it unfolded here. You may have appointed a member from that board to serve on the RFI advisory group. But they wouldn't have had they wouldn't have provided another layer of bureaucracy here.
But
Okay.
this is a public body, right? I mean,
Correct.
right, so what I would expect would happen, let's say it's 2 years from now and they haven't gotten all their inventories done. They're gonna hold a public hearing, right? They're gonna have a public hearing, they're gonna have public comment, all the neighbors are gonna come, they're gonna give them all the public comment. Maybe they're gonna come and speak to us, then we're gonna hold a public hearing, we're gonna have a public comment, the HAB's gonna, I worry that we're adding a level of bureaucracy here. Where, maybe it's a working group and not an official board. I do worry about the added bureaucracy. Bernard's committee, for Fisher Hill.
Fisher Hill.
Would they have a committee? Are they gonna take up Fisher Hill as well? Are they gonna then make a recommendation and as a sidecar to what Bernard's public body's doing? How does this practically integrate into
Let- let-
advising the select board?
Let's hear from Melissa. She had
So,
had her hand.
so I think that, one of the things I'm hearing is, this sense that this group is going to get formed and they're going to go off and running. This is still a select board committee. So you still have the authority to ask the members of the committee to provide updates on what their work plan is. If they have a policy, they're going to come to you. You need to approve that policy. And, the example of the, Fisher Hill or Newberry Study Committee, I think the thing that this group does ensure is that there are people that understand the town processes. And, sometimes when you have these new groups forms, it takes a while for people to catch up, to understand the way that the town operates. And you've got people with a lot of institutional knowledge, and people that, have different areas of expertise that are kind of important to maintain that continuity as well.
And to kind of layer that onto Fisher Hill, this group would have no role to play once the Fisher Hill committee was set up. This is about setting more general policies. And then for the example of Fisher Hill, where we say, okay, this is a major investment that the town made, and we need to figure out what we're going to do with it. So we're going to set up a purpose-driven committee for Fisher Hill. Right, done. The committee for Fisher Hill is set up. This committee is not about the purpose of Fisher Hill. It's about, when should we set up those purpose-driven committees? When should we be thinking about buying property versus when should we be thinking about not buying property? Because you got to remember, Fisher Hill was really almost a matter of luck in the terms of how how it ultimately fell into the town's hands, right? It was a huge amount of work on the part of the people who did it, but it was really an ad hoc group of volunteers that made that happen, and made it happen in a way where the town, initially seeking the full property, only got half of it. That's the kind of outcome that we want to avoid. I'm very grateful for the work that people did to make Fisher Hill happen. It was a huge undertaking, but it would be much better if we had policies in place where, if a large parcel comes on the market, we know what we're doing, have a protocol that we follow in advance of actually dealing with it. But this committee is not then sitting in judgment of that, saying, oh, we want to inject ourselves into this conversation. They're saying, before that happens, in general, what should we do if that happens?
Yeah. So Chaz, I will, look, I know that this is a new thing and it does have great potential to help, but there's also risk. This group will be lobbied like crazy. I mean, this is the core assets of the town. Parcels that we have, parcels that we may acquire, parcels that we want to get rid of. It's wrapped up in money and politics. There's this committee will be lobbied very, very, very hard by many interested parties, whether we like it or not.
Sort of like
And
the
it's just,
select board is lobbied.
whoa, but yeah, but I'm just, but
Yeah,
you know,
but I
Bernard,
wanna
but,
be
but
the
we're,
one who
but
gets
we're
lobbied.
elected,
Yeah,
but
no,
we're
I am.
elected, but we're elected, right?
Yeah.
And if they don't like
Yeah.
our decisions, they unelect you.
Yeah.
Who holds this group accountable?
Yeah.
The select
We
board,
do.
We do.
right?
Yeah.
I know,
Yeah,
but
no,
I'm throwing up a caution flag. That's all. That this group is going to be under tremendous pressure from anybody who has an interest in our land and buildings.
well,
But, I mean, that's true of a variety of committees we have.
Right.
EDAB.
And we're gonna add another one. And we're
PABs,
we're gonna add another one.
ABC.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying no. I'm just saying caution. That's all.
And I
Okay.
think, you know, to your point, or but both John and Paul's point, right? I do think it's important for this work to get up and running if it's what you want to do, but I also recognize that it's 11:30 at night and these are serious conversations. So if you want to postpone this and have another conversation about this, you know, at our next meeting or at your next meeting or whenever is convenient for you, I think that makes a lot of sense. I would I'd rather do this right and have the board comfortable with it than have the board concerned about it and then potentially limiting its effectiveness. I would rather have something that works than something that you're concerned about.
John?
well, that's a very generous statement by Chaz, and I hope we take him up on it. I think we should take more time with this.
Okay.
Uh,
Michael?
So I had several things to say, you know, echoing some of Paul's concerns, thinking of other examples. But I ultimately agree with John that 11:30 at night is not the time to raise three new issues. And
Okay. So why don't we take this up at our next meeting? Between now and then, if people can provide Tiffany with, you know, their concerns, their thoughts, like John did, I think that would be a good basis for us having a competent discussion early on in the next agenda.
okay.
That okay with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Good. And with apologies to the people whose names have been floated for the committee. And I called one of them today and I said, you know, in fairness, I just want you to understand why
Yeah.
there might be a delay in this. I don't know if other board members will agree with me,
Yeah.
but you know, these are great people.
Yeah.
They would be a great
Yeah.
committee.
Yeah.
But we never had the discussion of what really is the intent here behind this committee, and are we comfortable
Yeah.
handing off as much of a role to a committee that frankly are things I want to do as a select board member. You know, I want to be involved in those discussions. I want to be the one receiving the information about properties that we need to think about, and it's not just acquiring, it's de-accessing properties. So
Right. Or using properties that we have for.
for a different, in a
purpose.
different way.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, with that, unless there is anyone in the audience or online who would like to make a comment regarding the public comment period or 16 Williams?
No, there are no other individuals online other than Yolanda Rodriguez, but
Oh, God bless you.
and I don't think Yolanda's raising her hand, so I think we're all good.
Okay, assuming Yolanda doesn't want to make a comment, I will hereby or therefore end this meeting.
Good night, Yolanda.